not contributing, kindly switch off, mute your microphone. And if you go to the chat section, my colleague Eunice has put some ground, rules. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Switch off, mute everybody for starters.
People are just stubborn. I don't understand why.
Just mute them. So they turn on, they unmute to speak. Just mute everybody.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my.
Okay, so we just we go ahead. But please try and mute.
Yes, go ahead. While I find my.
Too much noise. Who's the? Can you find this noise? The source of this noise.
Who is disturbing us?
This guy doesn't know what he's doing.
All right, the moderators are really going to need to be on the lookout for.
Mute everybody, please.
I'm trying to find that person that is making that.
Yeah, I think
go ahead.
I think they've quietened the place.
Go ahead.
Banani, I welcome on behalf of the NC4GD. I welcome everybody. We have a lot of seniors here. We have a lot of leaders in the community. I know for sure that pharmacists, Ambusa Banum is with us. I know that there might be a lot of other elders. As we identify them, we'll welcome them specially. Efambo Ike Onyenokwe, engineer Ike Onyenokwe. Between myself and Mrs. Eunice Penoguru, we will be the moderators for this session, this special Ndokwa worldwide Zoom conference that's supposed to focus on a number of issues that are important to us right now. Among which, would be, the Ndokwa First Summit that's been in the works for some time. Insecurity in Ndokwa land, flooding and erosion problems, political events, in our local governments in the recent past, the upcoming census, the state of power and infrastructure, power and roads infrastructure in particular, especially in parts of Ndokwa land where there are no such roads, amongst other issues. We do have a lot of issues we have a lot of issues to cover today, and they're all in the agenda. Please if you keep the noise down.
I don't know why.
If you're not contributing, please turn off your microphone, please. It's an appeal, so we can move quickly. I'm sure we all have the agenda already, so I'm not going to rehash the agenda. As I said, I'll be myself and Mrs. Eunice Penogulu will be moderators. There are a lot of us, involved in this. The rapporteurs, and several other people. I want to put a special thank you, even as we start, to Osai, who's been at the heart of this whole thing. I've watched him try to pull all of this together, and it's been quite an effort. Thank you very much. Before we start, may I call on a senior member amongst us to give us the opening prayer. Let's see, who shall we? Eunice, can you identify someone to help us with the opening prayer, please? Eunice, are you there? Are you with us?
You want me to pick someone for free?
Yeah, I just pick someone, yeah, someone. We're going to, by the way, I am told that the PG is not with us yet. So the opening remarks would be by pharmacist Ambrose Aban. So just identify anybody else.
Okay, Mrs. Angan, I think she's here. She can lead us in prayer. Meanwhile, Miss Okay, you are still sharing your screen. So maybe you can stop sharing.
I am. I thought I stopped sharing.
No, okay, now you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mrs. Angan, please pray for us. I think you're here.
Good.
Oh, I didn't see her.
Yeah.
All right, Cordelia, they go pray for us.
Okay, in Jesus' name.
Anyhow.
Come on.
Okay. Chukwu okike abịa eme anyị na-ekene n'ụbọchị kete na-ekene n'ikpoku do n'ọsa ndokwa kete na-ekene n'izuke niile ka izuke niile bụ shi izuje ka abalị ndokwa uru ka ihe na-ejigbucha anyị ga-eji kọwa ife nọ na-eme na ndokwa ka ọ bụshi ya ewesa na enyi ya ejucha anyị ga-eji sọvụ ọsa ọgbọnụ ka dị na ndokwa na iwesa na enyi solution n'okike ka Jesu anybody je ka ekwu okwu na ebe nne ka ọ bụ shifere ka bani o ndokwa land na uru biko na ka ihe anyị ezigbo uche na everything anyị ka discuss so ka at the end let your glory be known in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Thanks a million. As I said earlier, we have quite a few items on the agenda. Let me just read them so that everybody has them at the back of your mind as we move. We'll start with opening remarks. At least right now by pharmacist Ambrose Abanum. He's going to do that for us since the PG is not online just yet. Item 2 will be an NNU update by Dr. Innocent Inubuje. Item 3 will be the relaunch of Ndokwa First Summit. Item 4 will be a discussion on the perennial flooding and erosion challenge in Ndokwa land. 5 would be Ndokwa politics within Delta State. Some overview by Nze Anani. The flooding and erosion will be driven by Professor Bennett Jechi, supported by Professor Adobe Ugbome. Let me just run through quickly. Political topic. Item 6, legal and constitutional position as it affects the removal of 2 LGA chairmen, Ndokwa East and Ndokwa West, which will be driven by Barrister Emmanuel Uti. Amongst others. Everybody knows, everybody's been briefed, so we'll call on our people to drive this. Item 7 will be the last general elections, our experiences, where we'll hear from about 4 of us from different sides of the political terrain. Mr. Okolubo, Mr. Chief Johnson Okune, Honorable Emetro, Mr. Onyemoro and Miss Adinku would speak to us. 5 different participants would give us their perspectives there. Item 8 will be the IPP status update by Servant Rodney Odliobi. Item 9 will be progress of work being done in conjunction with Disco. Please, if you're not contributing, kindly mute your microphone, please. Item 9, I just talked about that by Chief Ado, and then item 10 power generation from oil firms operating in Ndokwa land. Item 11, power generation from oil firms operating in Ndokwa land by Professor Ojie Chukwemeka. Item 12 will be Barrister Onyema Iwe, telling us about, to address us on the missing federal constituency in Ndokwa East. Item 13 would be the growing insecurity, will be a focus on insecurity to be led by Rear Admiral Dixon Ulisse Minogo and Jack Captain Ojia. And item 4 will be the upcoming population census to be led by Dr. Amuchi, and some contributions, a contribution by Elder Professor Kecha. And then there's item 15. It's by Uki Ukusogo, summing on the identity crisis in Ndokwa land. That will be the last. So we have like 15 different items to run. Now, how are we going to very simply, excuse me, please. Very quickly, what we're going to do is have the lead presentation that would go for a maximum of 10 minutes, possibly 5 minutes, and then contributions by 3 to 5 persons, and then we'll wrap up. And basically, we'll wrap up with our conclusions as a group, and we should have resolutions so that there will be actionable items at the end of this session. I hope you know, I have communicated. Eunice, is there anything I've missed out? Please, you know, otherwise we can move ahead. Eunice?
Oh, you're on points. You're okay.
Okay, okay, so good. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, may I call on our senior here, pharmacist Ambrose Abanum. He'll give all the opening remarks from the NNU that should be coming from the NNU President General. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
On behalf of myself, my family, I welcome all of you to this very, very widely attended meeting. Maybe I can start by saying that my remark may not exactly be that of the NNU President General. I will be making my remark based on the fact that I am one of the coordinators or coordinator-in-chief of the Ndokwa Committee for Development. And so on this note, I welcome you to this August meeting. We have had 2 other meetings of this type, and the kind of meetings have been how we can have a meeting of minds for the interest and progress of the whole Ndokwa land. Because our people say, for a family that meets and discusses, hardly will matter get ahead for people to take up arms against themselves. And that is the meeting of mind that we look forward to in the Ndokwa Committee for Growth and Development. And since last year or so, we have had programs upon programs towards this purpose. And we have set up 14 thematic committees that have been working. And I believe that at the end of this meeting, we will ginger them up to go back to the drawing boards and be much more active, so that our program to have the Ndokwa Summit, all Ndokwa summits that have been planning will come to fruition. I would like to state clearly that when we talk about Ndokwa First Summit, we are not saying that it is the first ever summit that Ndokwa has held, but we are saying that this is the summit that puts Ndokwa first. Look at Ndokwa, not from my own perspective or your perspective, but the perspective of the whole of us, so that we will carry all ourselves along. That is the idea behind the concept of committee and development. So on this note, I'd like to welcome you and to remind members of our different thematic committees, 14 of them, that they have their job carved out for them. And in particular, I would like to say that there's urgency, particularly for the committee on flooding, because the flooding menace has assumed a worldwide dimension, rather unpredictable, The only thing we can hope for is to work towards mitigating whatever results, whatever disaster that will come away, because it seems to me, even as I'm speaking now, there's rain in Warri with heavy breeze. Heavy breeze. That is, the rain does not fall alone, but it carries storms. And I think that's going to be the general trend this year. We have had 3 of such rains in which roofs of houses have been pulled away in Warri. You can imagine what it is. It will be in our village. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you. I want to thank all of you for taking the pains to be at this Zoom meeting. May God bless Ndokwa.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Amen.
Banners.
Thank you.
Chairman, yeah. Banner, thank you very much. I think.
Please, moderator, can you mute everybody, please?
Yes. Okay, Biko, help us knock off everybody so we can come back. That's better. It's quiet. Bikoni, if you want to speak, if you've been called to speak, you can turn on your microphone. After which you shut down. You mute, please, so that we can move quickly. Thank you very much, sir. I think our senior has set the tone. It is very clear what we're trying to achieve, and so we can move forward. I thank you once again, sir, pharmacist Abanum. The next item is for us to hear from NNU, what we call the NNU update. I hope Dr. Enubuje is with us so that he can take a few minutes to. Dr. Enubuje, you're with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Terrific. So take a few moments, sir, to share your thoughts and overview of the goings on at NNU to date. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Engineer Ndokwa, Pen Mobile, for all the job you have been doing so far. I thank everybody too that are here. Ajenio Token. I'm going to just give a rundown because of time constraint of what NNU has been doing. It's not comprehensive, but one of the things we have done is to extend the presence of NNU activities across the country. We have done that of Abuja, and they inaugurated also that of Warri. We also note, and I'm bringing it here so that we can talk to our representatives from the various communities. Since the inauguration, after the inaugural meeting of the ESCO, some members of the ESCO has not been active in the activities of NNU. And that is not good enough. It means that a few people will be deciding what happens. And I'm just bringing this so that we can maybe query some of our representatives from the communities. I want to announce that the current NNU has secured a facility to be used as a temporary, as a secretariat. By implication, a temporary secretariat. The tenancy agreement has been signed, and of course, that means the rent has been paid. So we need to furnish it, and we need to put a befitting signboard there that will announce to the world that NNU and Ndokwa people have a secretariat where we can go for any issues or information. We also have the Ndokwa house ongoing. The land areas have been surveyed, paid for. That is, the previous landowners have been settled, and the construction work is ongoing. It's at advanced stage now. Luckily, the state government is bankrolling it. The state government is bankrolling it, and the plan was that it should be concluded, finished, before the end of this current administration in the state. But we are happy too that the government is listening, and if there is any spillover, we hope to be able to approach the incoming administration to do what is necessary. The NNU also has reviewed its constitution, noting some of the things that ought to be there, but it has not been ratified. We hope to do this and present it to the Ndokwa people at the General Assembly. We were able to put together some critical elements as it affects the Ndokwa people in all the local government areas. And it is in a published book, Ndokwa First Testament. 500 copies were made, which is not enough, and it's been distributed to various personalities and associations in Ndokwa land. We are working to have an Ndokwa anthem, so that an event like this, we should be able to recite the anthem. And in any other organization where Ndokwa people are represented, are gathered, then such a anthem should be recited. It is meant to create community awareness for us, and to see that it brings us closer and closer together towards a particular goal. Well, there is no way we can function if we don't have a database of all of members of Ndokwa people anywhere they are. So we are drawing up an Ndokwa membership database. It will be able to show us the professionals in the system, the various communities, their people, their systems. So that is coming up. And again, it will be a way of raising some little funds for NNU activities. On January 29, 2023, we conducted an NNU interactive with political office holders, office seekers, and it was well attended. And the contestants were able to deliver their manifestos to Ndokwa people. And though at the end of the day, the social contract was signed by those who came. Unfortunately, a few were unable to sign that contract, even when they gave them some grace period to do so. So we have a contract with these people, and those that won election now who will be sworn in, they already have a contract with us, which we are going to hold them accountable to. NNU plans to have an AGM, a General Assembly, sometime in June 2023. During this assembly, we expect that the new NNU Constitution will be unveiled and adopted. We also plan that during the assembly, vacant positions in the NNU ESCO will be announced, and interested members of Ndokwa people will indicate their interest and go through the process of being voted in. Then, of course, a comprehensive report of the activities of the ESCO will be rendered during this period. Other activities, I think the Secretary General of NNU is in a better position to give us more elaborate report on the activities of NNU, which we have been doing in line and in liaison with other groups and communities within the community, the NNU, within Ndokwa land. We have also been liaising very closely with state and local governments, NGOs, and oil operating companies within the Ndokwa land. We have also been liaising with other ethnic nationalities who have been having general meetings within the Niger Delta, moving it from one location to the other. Generally, that is what we have been doing, and the support of every Ndokwa person is possible. One thing we noticed during the stakeholders interactive with political office seekers is that I saw the energy there, and I think if we really put our house together, we will get the best out from Ndokwa people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enubuje. You know, I think you've outlined a lot of things. As I listen, I see that a lot is happening. We have noted a lot of the points you made, and of course this is recorded, and we have our rapporteurs who might even do a better job. For me, one of the things that stands out is the fact that some EXCO members are not pulling their weight. So we expect that this will be communicated to our people, and we'll do everything working with NNU to ensure that people with responsibility do what they're supposed to do. I have about 9 friend items. I don't want to rehash. I don't want to go over these things. They're quite straightforward, but I want to thank you for your report. I think it is clear, at least to me, as I listen, that a lot's happening, and NNU is representing us properly. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We're capturing all these things. We'll have resolutions and actions to follow. Thank you very much, Dr. Enubuje.
You're welcome.
Yes, I'll hand over to Eunice now. Eunice, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Ike. And thank you.
While I go for some water.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Enubuje, thank you also for your presentation. Like you said, it does look like NNU has a full plate. They have their hands full, and we'll be watching and work along with you to make sure that you're able to achieve all that you have set out to achieve. So we're going to move right ahead to item number 3 on our agenda, and that is the Ndokwa First Summit relaunch. We know we've been talking about this summit for the longest, and we are hoping that it will come to fruition really, really soon. So to talk to us about that, first of all, we're going to call on Mr. Gideon Ishekwene. Please, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Gideon Ishekwene, the floor is yours. Is it there? It's there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you clearly.
All right.
Yeah, Gideon, we can hear you.
I am Roshi Elamanaka for Nuke. Well, earlier, I been the agenda. We set up the committees, the various committees, and just as they were about to start commence. Well, some of them have already started working at the time anyway. Can you win the problem? I win from NNU. Luckily for us, we've gone beyond that now. We are in the same page now with NNU, and Yashna Kushi, we need to relaunch it. So very quickly, if under the committee leaders, which were Biko, where Jikeme, they should dust their papers and then quite below. And then in the stop already, where resume, and then in the below, where below Kiwi, so that as we walk along, and about Marife, maybe before I fix a date for the national, for the main outing. Now, committees in that one already, 14. We had 14 thematic committees. The economic committee, political, sociocultural, education, local government development, language development, youth development, projects monitoring, status enhancement and promotion, Elders Council, Security Committee, Women and the Girl Child, and then Health and Environment. Now, under this Health and Environment, this issue of flooding falls under this Health and Environment, which I think we'll cover later in a different, as a different agenda item. So, the various thematic committees are in, and I'm calling on all the group leaders. So, they should rally around and then resume work from where they stopped.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shekwena. Thank you. We've heard all the committees that were set up for the Ndokwa First. If you are not in any one of those committees and you would like to serve, you are welcome to join us. You're welcome to join any of the committees to move Ndokwa forward. I'm going to quickly call on Ogbuji Elvis kindly to also address us on the Ndokwa First Summit agenda. Ogbuji Elvis, are you in the house? Is he here? All right, while he's getting ready, I'm going to just piggyback to Pharmacist Ambrose Enebeli. Still on the same issue, Ndokwa First relaunch.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I have spoken earlier on the Ndokwa, Committee for Growth. And, Ichekwe merely expatiated on it. The only other thing which we'll do is to give a timeline for the job that we think should be done. When we started up before, we did 4 months as the timeline. And after a month or so, the committees seem to have lost steam. But now, let's give them another 2 months to dust up their records, cross the T's and dot the I's, and then put it up to the Secretariat so that we can have an active document with which we can do our work. And the Secretariat, which Gideon heads, is ever ready to give guidance and support to the committees like I stated. So, in short, the work of the first Ndokwa First Summit is carved out and ready to be carried out. Okay, and I think at this time we would like to interface with NNU because the project of the summit is tied up with our NNU body, so that we all work in synergy. We work together to make it a Ndokwa-wide and acceptable program. So already we have a buy-in by NNU, and so we don't envisage any problem. So just to emphasize that our different committees, the 14 committees, should please set out to work now, so that in the next 2 months we'll have tangible results that we can work on.
Thank you so much, sir. So it means all hands back to the drawing board, to the grindstone, everybody back to work. The holiday season is over, right? The committees have to get back to work, and the head of the committee should please make sure that this has been done so that we can move forward with our agenda and achieve what we have set out to achieve. Thank you so much, everyone. So that was the Ndokwa First Summit relaunch that we just spoke about. We're going to move on to item 4, and we want to apologize to everyone that it looks like some of our speakers are having issues with network because of the rain. It's raining here too. Well, yeah, maybe it's been raining since on Friday over here. So in case you're unable to get them to speak, it won't be because they just didn't want to speak. It will be because they're having network challenge. And we're going to make the best use of whatever we have, and whoever is here we all contribute and move Ndokwa forward by the grace of God. All right, so the next item on our agenda is talking about the perennial flood and the erosion challenge. We all saw what happened a few months back when some of our people from the Ndokwa East were chased out of their homes by flood. And so it's still a continued problem. It hasn't been solved. They've not found a solution to this issue yet. So to talk to us about that, I'm going to invite Professor Ben Ejechi to give us a little bit insight into what is going on concerning the flood.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, good evening all. You're all welcome. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again on this issue of flood. The task force met some time ago and took some decisions, which I will convey to all of us that are present here. The first point is that the IDP, as it was at that time, was a disappointment. As you all are aware, the Nigerian factor will always come in. Opportunism and all that characterize the IDPs. And we had our people even taken as far as Ole and all that. And we think that this should not happen again. We believe that there can be a permanent IDP camp. I recall that in 2012, I was a participant in the technical committee set up by the state government. I think Utabogbe Stadium was used, and it took a lot of people. So this question of having in Bale, Ashaka, Ole, our camps is not proper because the attention became divided and opportunities came in and people played politics with it, and the fund meant for our people did not actually get to them as expected. So we think that we should be thinking of a permanent IDP camp. Again, we noted that our people, I come from Ndokwa East, specifically from Uchi, our people were used to flooding. They were never displaced. They were never sent to they never became refugees. They stayed with the flood. The flood usually not go beyond 4 to 6 weeks. And they manage, although maybe it's not as extensive, it wasn't as extensive as we have it today. But the truth is that we can manage by the same way our people live there, so that we don't have people being taken to camps and abandoned. So we are thinking that the first thing to do is to advise our people carry out a campaign where they are building houses. They should take note of the level of the flood, and then build houses above that. I have experienced it. My own part of the village, my father's compound is fairly high. My people stayed there throughout. They never came out. After about 4 or 6 weeks, they started their normal life, and they even enjoyed it. Enjoyed fishing. Animals creeping out from the forest were killed and they were used. So I think what we need to do, disseminate this information to our people and tell them that when you want to build your house, please let the foundation go up. Again, we noted too that the water receiving channels, water channels and water basins are being rendered no longer useful because people build houses there. People dump waste and all that. I recall that in 2012, when we had a discussion with Governor Udwanga, we noted this. And the first thing he did was to get people to clear all the water channels so that the water will flow freely. If you build houses, obstructions on the water part, then the water will go into the house. I schooled in Ashaka, and I know that to my area that used to be a flood basin, very fertile. Once the flood recedes, people go there to farm, and they have good crops there. People are encroaching on it. They are building houses there. So where do you want the flood to go? So we think too that we can urge the government to clear the water channels, clear the flood receiving basins, and let the natural state be restored. That will again we reduce the flooding. And again, we also think that the long-term solution is the dredging of the River Niger. But we cannot go it alone. So we are recommending that NNU should form an alliance with other local governments, taking Soko, Patani, and others, even Oshimiri South, that are impacted by the flood, and form a pressure group that can agitate for the dredging of the Niger. I'm aware that there's an ecological fund, I think about 3% or so. And I know that in those days we drew the attention of government to it. But how far they have gone, I don't know. And all these things, this fund can be useful to us. And the dredging of the Niger, the erosion, if you go to places like Abaloshi, the town is no more. Go to Onya, no more. Go to one of the villages in which erosion of the River Niger bank have driven people further inwards. So by dredging the Niger, you fill the banks and all that. And there's an ecological fund for that, which the state government and other agencies can also assess. And so the long-term solution lies in the dredging of the Niger. I hope that the pressure from NNU in association with other local governments who are usually impacted by flood will yield fruits. Now again, we have also agreed that we need to draw the attention of the local government chairmen, both west and east, to start preparing for the flood. We have been warned by NEMA. We have been warned by NEMA that another great flood is coming, and the stitch in time saves life. So we shall do that. The committee will do that. I've been told to be brief, so I'm not going to take your time.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You got time.
Okay. So the NAU has a role to play in this. The PGs have a role to play. We will need to know the height of the floods in all communities and prepare a working document in association with the environment unit of the local government and carry out a campaign, both health-wise, building of houses, clearing of drainage channels, and all that to reduce the impact of the flood. I do not think, from my own personal experience, that we need to have IDP. But if we must have IDP, let it be one place. Utabubu Stadium is big enough, and it accommodated almost all of them in 2012. I don't see any reason why it cannot do so now. So the NNU has a role to play. The PGs of our clans can also do something for us by giving us information, disseminating the information. We should also start preparing. I know that last time, good Samaritans from Ndokwa land brought drugs, brought mosquito nets and all that. But again, the distribution was faulty. This time around, we will be preparing for this distribution way ahead of the flood. And we need the cooperation of the local government chairman. And we are also talking about the identity of the task force. The NNU should, as a matter of urgency, let the various communities know that it has a task force of flood, to give us the necessary cooperation so that we can begin work as soon as possible. In fact, I think that by June, we should swing into action. So one major point that we should trash out here is the opening of accounts. We need to mobilize our people, members of the task force, and even the environment unit of the local government to move around, and we need funds. And I remember that last time we said we should open an account under the NNU. Unfortunately, it kept dragging on and off, and we were unable to open the account. I'm glad that Dr. Ndokwa is here. I don't know if Eugene is here. This issue can also be taken back to the NNU. This account is necessary because there are donors. Our people in diaspora are willing to send in money. They are willing to send in money so that we can use it and start preparing for the flood. Last but not the least is our political representatives. We believe too that whether they're in the state assembly or the national assembly, they should be able to help or pressure the federal government, because some of the agencies of federal government. Hello?
Go ahead, sir. Well, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Some of the agencies of the federal government, we understand were donated certain things, relief materials to some of our politicians, and how it was distributed, we didn't know. So the task force, as of today, should stand in a central position so that we can give an account of some of these things. So we also need the cooperation of our political representatives, both at the state level and at the national level. I think with this, I will stop, and I hope that when it comes to the question time, I'll be able to throw more light on these issues that are presented. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a lot. I mean, we all remember.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. All right. We all remembered how it went down. Yeah. Chief Odom, are you saying something?
Yes, I have information for the House on flooding, which I discussed with the President General of NNU, based on the last meeting we held on flooding, the flood tax force. I want to inform our chairman here that NNU will soon assimilate the task force as a standing committee. That's information I want to give you, Mr. Chairman. Flood task force, Benengation, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
We've achieved that.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was part of the assignment we gave you. You have delivered. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief, for that information. And thank you, for all the information you just gave us. We know the IDPs, there were so many issues with it. The issue of mismanagement of fund was at the top of the list. And like you said, there might be need for a permanent IDP to solve some of these problems. It won't solve the flooding problem, but it will at least solve the rehousing problem as to people that are suffering from this whole flood issue. Also, you talked about, we need to educate our people on higher foundation when they are building their homes. They should be able to make their foundations a little higher, since that will help. If it has been happening before, I don't know why they are not doing it. Maybe somebody needs to tell them and let them know that that is a good way to go. And also to keep the water channels clear. That's a problem everywhere in Nigeria. They build gutter, they keep dumping refuge inside. They think it's for refuge instead of to allow the water to flow, avoid flooding. Thank you so much. I want to read some comments here on the comment section, contributions from people about the flood. Mr. Daniel Greek, he said, on the issue of flood, during the last National Economic Council meeting held last week, it was clearly stated that 16 states have submitted their report on the issue of flood, and they are waiting for the remaining 20 states to submit their report. Meanwhile, the same last week, some representatives of the Federal Ministry of Environment came to Nelga to gather information on the flooding of Ndokwa East local government area. So I'm hoping that Delta State is one of those states that submitted their own thing on the flooding thing. I hope so. Engineer Shea said dredging of the River Niger is a necessity. Okay, I just missed what I'm reading. It's a necessity to check the constant flooding in the lower riverine of the Nigerian Delta. That's a huge task, and we are hoping that the government will do something about that. And somebody else here, Mr. Felix Ojineku, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I think he was talking about the summit, and he said he would suggest that each community should have their community summit, e.g. Abe Community Summit, Obiako Community Summit, and so on and so forth, and each should address or itemize the issues as discussed. And resolution and report should be well structured. The summit can be preferably every 2 to 3 years, or even yearly, especially with this current virtual way. Besides, too, almost all communities have their annual cultural events. Thus, it is a possibility to do it annually. Right? He said he's of the opinion for the effectiveness of the collective proposed Ndokwa Summit, a community-based summit is inevitable. The larger Ndokwa Summit can help to harmonize the operations of the community summits in collaboration with the Pan-Ndokwa socio-cultural groups like NNU, Ndokwa Association, and ADC. So we'll come back here once in a while to read your comment that you put here as the conference progress.
Yeah.
Engineer Shah again said it is difficult for him to appreciate. It is difficult for him to appreciate the challenges being faced by NNUSCO to open the union's accounts. I just believe it is not creating time by the signatories or procrastination by them that is a problem. We hope that all these things will be noted and that they will be addressed in the nearest future. So I don't know if Professor Adobe is in the house now. She's supposed to. Okay, Professor Adobe, if you are there, it's time for your contribution. Still talking about the flood issue. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's not very clear here, but good evening, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, I was in another meeting and we just finished. And I just rushed down to see if I can just add something. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank Chief Osai for the opportunity to make this presentation. It's not going to be much because I listened in on the last speaker and he has said most of what I would have said anyway. So I'll just add one or two things that I just think is an addition to what he has said so that I don't waste our time. You know, I heard him say something about increasing the foundation and raising the steps in such a way that the houses are above board for our people. But, you know, the major thing we should try to educate our people is to heed warning signs, because whether we like it or not, our area is a flood-prone area. Even if we dredge the Niger, there will still be some flooding, some amount of flooding, because I know that even in the 70s, the early 70s, we had flooding, and then the water was quite deep, but we still had flooding, but not at the level that we are having it just now. Now, something I would like to add is that most of the settlements we have are in floodplains, and because they are in floodplains, these are flood-prone areas. So naturally, that is a natural thing that should happen in those places. So we must have to advise our people not to build in floodplains, not to build in wetlands. They should go upland. You know, as the community is developing, they should not sell the floodplains. They should not encourage people to build in the wetlands. No matter what you do to the Niger, the floodplain will still be flooded, because that is the natural thing that should happen in a floodplain. Also, about hidden warning, like for instance, now we have Meteorological Society is telling us there's going to be heavy rainfall, there's going to be lightning and all that. But you see, somehow our people may not start on time to prepare for this flood that may come. It may not be as bad as last year, because last year's flooding was because of the Lando Dam, but it still might be such that you know, the roads may be covered a little, some houses may be affected. But if we start early to warn the people, to say, look, this flooding is like this thing may happen, then it is very important that our PGs be carried along so that they can reach the people and they prepare early for this flooding. Those are the two things I would like to add, because I listened to the last speaker and he spent quite some time explaining what has been done or what happened last year. So I'm not going to go back to all that. I also know that our association, Ndokwa Development Association, is working hand in hand, or worked hand in hand with Joan Governor last year during the flood. And we are we're also interested in what's going to happen this year. Already, they are asking questions. What are we going to do? What is going to happen? I believe that the NDA also is very much interested in the flooding situation for this year. So I would like to just, okay. All right, I think I will just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. That is very insightful. Thank you so much. Before I hand over to my co-anchor, I just want to quickly read something here by I think my sister Mebe. She said, also, we should educate our local government councils on the importance of having town planning layout so that people will not just build houses on the wrong channel. That is very important. If the towns are planned, if the towns are planned, if there's town planning, then you will know where not to build and where to build. And that is really very important. Thank you so much for that contribution. I'm going to send it right back to Engineer Ike.
Yeah.
At this
Before we leave, there are two hands up. Captain Ojie, you please go ahead and make your comments, and then Daniel Ugriki. Captain Ojie, please. Are you still? Are you there? Captain.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please. Take a minute to yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Very good chance for special guest.
First of all, I want to apologize for coming late due to the network, poor network from this side, the rain. So I'm supposed to be one of the earlier speakers of today's meeting. I'm taken from the issue of insecurity in Ndokwa land.
Okay.
Yes,
so
I don't know if my boss
we haven't
Dixon into the seminar have spoken.
No, he hasn't.
Yes.
So we'll call on you when we get there. Then we haven't.
Please come again.
Jack,
we haven't dealt with security, so we'll call on you when we get.
Wait.
Is that okay, Captain?
Should I hold on or let's go ahead?
Hold on. When we get to security, we'll call on you.
Oh.
Thank you very much. You can
it's all right.
Bring down your hand. Daniel Ugriki, please, quickly, your question or comment.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I want to talk about the issue of flooding.
Yes.
The issue of flooding is a multifaceted issue, and looking for only one solution will not be the best. Like we have said in some level of discussions we have had, I think the best way is to have internal IDPs in each of the communities. Because when there is flooding, some people are not ready to leave their communities. They will tell you that if they leave, because they've had previous experience of when they leave, people come and rob and steal from those houses. Because once the community is empty, and people are aware that the community is empty, some people will try to take advantage to go to those homes and pick one or two things. So I think the best thing to do is that in each of those communities, there are still some parts of those communities that are high grounds, that maybe if they can do some level of sand filling, raising of sand around somewhere and make it an internal IDP, it will be a temporary solution. Then moving further, technology will have to come in here, because I want to state three countries here. We have Belgium, we have Holland that are living below water level. Then we have Japan that is in the middle of earthquake. And currently as we speak, Japan have houses that are earthquake resistant. So we should encourage our people, if you must build or you want to build, although it will be capital intensive, but you have to read your DPC, you have to consider flooding when you want to build. In the issue of Belgium and Holland, they build what they call dams. Maybe that's the way we were able to get that internal IDP. When you dredge from somewhere, you now raise somewhere up as an internal IDP in those places. The places you are getting the sand from will now serve as maybe internal reservoir in those communities, that when the waters are coming, they have a type of storage somewhere. Then the science you take from there, we now use it to raise a platform that can serve as internal IDP in those communities. So those are just the little suggestions I want to make. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan. Your points are taken. You know, the technical committee would take all those in and use them as options. I have just two hands, and we're going to go very quickly. If you make it quick. I do not know, there's somebody, iPad, your name is not showing, sir. Yeah, you are moving now. Please, what's the name? You go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes. Please introduce yourself. Okay, now you are Mr. Okpo. Are you Okpo?
No, I'm not Okpo. I'm Sovio Dennis or Samota.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
Good. It's on the flooding issue, right?
Yes.
You know, this flooding thing covers almost the entire country, so it's not restricted to Ndokwa alone. So we cannot, there's nothing we can do about excess water. No, there's nothing we can do about it. The only thing here, which the government, the local governments can do, is to raise up highlands. Raise up highlands. It's not something for individuals. Individuals cannot do. Like the last speaker said, the ID for poor sand and the rest of it. No, we need to raise it properly. And that has to be done by the local government itself, you know, in each of these places. Now, outside that also is that there should be warning signs. You know, we should have warning signs, and these warning signs are simply putting a marker on you know, on a pole, something like that. When it gets here, this is at this level is green, at the next level is amber, at the next level is, you know, is red. You know, it's danger, so that people can move and move quickly. Apart from that, also, the same local government should be able to assist, you know, because I noticed that the local governments they virtually don't have anything. So what it means is that when the flood comes, everybody starts, you know, salvaging anything that he or she could. But it is not so, you know. There should be something, a floating platform with engines which the local government can use and bring people out, you know, to ID spots. That is in the case of the flooding. And when the flooding is coming, I think people should be evacuated, you know, and that also has to be done by the local government, you know, of the area. But importantly is that for the whole Ndokwa, which we did say sometime in the past, that there must be some form of a blueprint. That blueprint is to be worked on by the 3 local government areas. Up to this moment, I simply haven't seen anything, and I've not seen any cooperation among them. And we are sitting down here and say, look, we need to document Ndokwa. How do we do that when there's no cooperation amongst them? We need a blueprint. We need a blueprint. The politicians, the ones going in now, presently, we need to bring them in. That is, if they are in this forum, you know, and then make them say they ought to have offices in each of their constituencies. They need to have offices so that we can reach them. We don't know them, you know. So if there is anything, problems or solutions, we can't get to anybody. We don't know whom to talk to. You do understand? So that is on that, you know, that has to do with the flooding issue. The flooding thing, it comes in year out. It is natural. It's natural. You know, this year's own may be different. The last time we had big flooding was in 2012. 10 years after, there was another one. You know, that was 2022. That is exactly 10 years. But, you know, in the past, we had, the flooding has always been 100 years. It's always 100 years return period. But now the weather has changed. Everything has changed. So it is now 10 years period. That is it. And from the meteorological department, they were saying there's going to be rain and more rain. You see, it's a change. So we have to be proactive. And that has to start with the local governments in each of the local government area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All your points, I'm sure, being taken on board. The committee on the task force is here. The chairman is here. The rapporteurs are taking all of these points. I was going to stop at Barrister Ufeli, but pharmacist Abanum hand is up, so I will oblige him. But sir, let's take just 1 minute from Barrister Ufeli, and then I'll come to you, sir. Barrister Ufeli, please keep it within 1 minute, please. Thanks.
Yes,
We can't hear you. You're muted, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yes, I think it's not enough to say people should raise their DPC, people should raise their, there should be a leveler, there should be a standard from the government upon which everybody must comply to. Okay? The local government authority that is responsible for this must have a standard. And before anyone is approved to build, you must meet up with that standard. And that standard should be anchored on regional planning and serious, environmental issues that have been properly and scientifically constructed for the purposes of resisting flood. Most of our people, our cities and towns are not planned. Even those that are planned, compliance is not there. People build anyhow they like and all that. So I think that is the root of the problem. But if we have a leveler, a uniform procedure upon which people are meant to build, then that will minimize, to its barest minimum, the issue of the flooding. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Barrister Ufeli. If you, Professor Ijechi did mention that. We have some real experts in our group. And one of the things we agreed was we'll go town by town, working with the local government to establish the high water point, the high flood mark. And that will be the basis, so every town, you're right. And so that's been done, right? Thank you. So finally, we will, pharmacist Abanum, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to contribute to this issue because this flooding matter is a very serious matter. In spite of the fact that my community is not impacted, that is not to say that I'm not aware of the sufferings of our people. Year in, year out, if you visit the riverine areas, you will feel for them. That's why we set up the AJT committee. And I want to appeal to all of us, all these contributions, please, just know that, thank God, the AJT's committee is now almost a standing committee of the NNU. There is much more to be done because this issue about flooding and associated climate change problems is worse. I can assure you it's going to get worse because if a place like America can suffer problem of flooding in recent times, or Pakistan, or this, then we here should be able to prepare ourselves. Abroad, people have summer residencies. When snow, winter residence, when the snow is so much, they move away from those areas to places where they can stay 4 or 5 months. Then they return to their conducive environment when the weather is better. Working out sense like that in our own area to accommodate our peculiar, because this problem is not going to abate. For me, it's going to continue to increase because the extent to which Iceland and other associated iceberg area are becoming liquid shows that there's much more water coming into circulation all over the world. So I believe that this committee that my brother Professor is leading has a lot of work to be done, and we must all contribute one way or the other, please, to continue to discuss and distill actionable, solutions this problem that may not go away soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know I said finally, but you know, I can't help but recognize the presence of Ndokwa East local government chairman, who wants to say something. But before you do, so that you might even include this in your presentation, an associated problem that's even more devastating for people on the Niger is erosion. You know, I know Prof didn't talk much about erosion, but it just goes hand in hand. I think he mentioned some towns that are virtually obliterated. So that's also a major problem that's associated with the flooding that I thought I should add to this discussion. So please let me once again, finally, take the comments of, that's the last one we're going to, not anymore, from Joint Governor. Please go ahead. Yeah, Bernard, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. A lot have been said about flooding, but I just wanted to add the suffering that people go through, so that the committee charged with the pre, during, and post-flood will be able to capture it in their item 2. It has to do with the losses of produce during the flood, and then the post-flood impacts on our people. It has to do with their agricultural produce, and even when they go back after the flooding, the challenge of resettling back is also there. So I just felt I should bring this up. A lot has been said. I won't repeat what they have said, but this point is something that I think we need to also look into. Thank you.
Yeah, that's resettlement and rehabilitation. That's the point you're making, right?
Yes, and if there's anything we can do to help them save their agricultural produce during the flood. Yeah. Because most times they are forced to, they lose a lot of their produce. You see people harvesting cassava inside the flood, and they sell it out cheap because there are no storage facilities, and that makes them to be handicapped after the flood, because they now need a new means of livelihood, which will also take some time. And before their recovery, you find that another year is here, and they are faced with that challenges. So I want the committee to look into what we can do about their farm produce pre, during flood, and then post-flood rehabilitation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman, John Governor. We have spent quite some time on this. I think all the points, very pertinent points have been raised, you know, during the initial presentation and all the comments. But we must move on. We can't spend the whole night on flooding. We've taken a number of comments. Please, if you have any more comments, please, you know, just note them on the chat box, and we'll take them. Or you can call on any one of us or on Professor Ejechi after this session. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next one now, which is Ndokwa politics within Delta State. That's going to be taken by Nze Anani. But I'll just make one quick comment. Everything we're discussing here falls flat if politics in Ndokwa land is wrong. And so this is probably one of the most important, if not the most important area that we should be looking at. And it would be nice, you know, for us to, I think it's important that we listen closely, and maybe we all contribute proper to be sure that politics in Ndokwa land is actually contributing to our progress. So over to Nze Anani, please. I hope you're with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening all. I hope you can hear me.
Very clearly. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think all the issues so far raised are very relevant because the whole issue is, the whole purpose for community development is to offer service. And like you rightly pointed out, government is the most dominant institution in society, whose strategy processes means the difference between life and death to us as individuals and to our businesses. What's the implication of this? The implication of this is that we should be mindful of who represents us. But first of all, let me take this opportunity to congratulate all those that won elections, from our deputy governor to the House of Rep to the State House Assembly. And more importantly, those that competed, because they also added value to the process. We all now prepare that elections are over and it is now time for governance. So once again, for the successful ones, congratulations. And then let us see what is now next. I'm particularly interested in this project and this topic because we have not benefited, Ndokwa as a people, have not benefited much from governance over the years. And part of it has been how we positioned ourselves. The question is, are we looking at people with capacity to represent us, or people are being forced to represent us for their personal interest? Is the motivation for community service or motivation is for position? I think this is important because if you look at, we need to now, as a result of this, the underdevelopment in Ndokwa land is well known to everybody here. I don't want to recount it. Because one feature of underdevelopment is that too many problems call for simultaneous solution. We are talking of flooding, we are talking of electricity, we are talking of insecurity, we are talking of infrastructure and all that. The question is, how do we prioritize and who will go for us? The question of who will go for us is that there are so many bases for leadership. The community leadership, the enterprise leadership, and then the charismatic leadership, which I'm very happy at this platform now, that ladies have come in now, and so many of them are coming into this. So what should we do? First, we should, at this forum, working with NNU, first of all, the NNU constitution has to be reviewed. I don't know, the present review, I understand, we need to make it public so that it can provide for all-inclusive approach to addressing issues that affect the future of Ndokwa people and their well-being. Electing 12 or 20 people to an executive is not enough. The various committees, there is knowledge, there's capacity beyond organizational boundaries, beyond our various clans and communities. Most of our stress now in the digital era, even outside the country, how do we bring them in? Friends, our future. So first of all, we have to look into the question of Ndokwa Constitution, NNU Constitution, and see how I can able to make it to all-inclusive. And then, two, there have been this thorny issue of isolating politics from what we call the community development associations, so that they can take, this has been a very thorny issue, and the boundary has always been very, very elastic. So first, this group now, then where we're working on it has 14 thematic groups, should come up with a strategic plan of at least 10 to 30 years, and then bring a blueprint from tactical to strategic that should now form a basis to negotiate with whoever is in power. Then two, we should engage our youths and the voting population. Let us please forget about 10,000 inducement, 20,000 inducement, and vote people with capacity who are prepared to help us. There's no point going over And I'm very happy at the level of people coming now. If you have capacity, there's no reason why even local government cannot raise bonds to be able to solve some of these economic problems, the funding. So first, my issue is one, the political class, we should be careful of access to politics. We should have more people who have capacity to come forward, accept the challenge to serve our people. We're seeing this increasingly but let more people come into this. Two, just as this was said, there has to be, we should put in provision for recall to make sure that people would not perform, we recall them. We should push it to the logical end. Until we start these processes, people don't know it is possible, so that people become accountable to those that elected them. Three, the question now, we have a deputy governor, we have this. We should aspire, we should place ourselves in a greater position to be able to produce senators, to be able to produce governors in future. And it starts now. It is not when it is due. It starts now. And through private enterprise, and people should do. Then more importantly, whatever we're doing, whatever this NGO is doing, there's need for what I call a publication, a quarterly publication, like a newsletter that itemizes the progress, the challenges, so that when we have the blueprint, we have it, then every quarter, people is made aware of the progress being made to address these issues. So people look up to this newsletter. The purpose of this newsletter, it should be such as to document and enhance and then make it possible for people to be aware of the progress, and whoever stands as an obstacle, people now begin to address these issues from time. So I think this question of newsletter is very, very important, dedicated to this, dedicated to articulation. And there is question of this plan. Then we should also look at synergy between ourselves, the political class, and other politicians, because we cannot do it alone in other parts of the state. I think this is important because we need synergy to be able to attract development to our people, because the whole essence of, you find that there is quite a number of things we itemize here. Some of them are beyond individual performance. The question now is, when we are getting people, even at local government, within a digital era, there's a need of a lot of capacity needed now, which all these people are talking about set standards. We should have people that can interpret these standards. So the question of not only political literacy, the question of capacity is very, very important now if we are going to remain competitive and Ndokwa is. So having said that, I will still say again, please let all of us, as it were, create a forum, review and then this so that we can have opportunity to bring in our best to serve our people. We are not playing with our best 11. We need to play with our best level. So once again, the issue of being able to be aware and the political class, and then to know that other basis of leadership beyond political leadership, and people beyond politics can be recognized for that. So there are quite a number of people willing to contribute to the development of people beyond going through a political decision, and the opportunity should be there so that these ideas can be tapped for the growth and development of Ndokwa people. And this is exactly what this forum is all about. And I think it should be enhanced. And I think the 14 thematic groups currently in place, I think it should be reviewed. To me, it appears unwieldy, so that we can have focus. I think it appears unwieldy. And then there will go to be a lot of overlapping of functions. I think this should be streamlined so that we can be more effective and more productive, and then present our primary concerns and the way forward. Thank you, and I'll take more questions as a case.
Thank you very much. I see a couple of hands up. One of them was up before. Shall we take? I forget the gentleman that spoke the last time with an iPad. Please bear with me. Osamuta, I think. You have a question or comments on this one?
Yeah, actually, it's not a question.
Okay,
you know,
comment.
it's not a question. It's a comment, and I would have loved to direct that one to the committee on the flooding. I suppose I understand some people have been having the impression that dredging of the Niger will perhaps solve the problem. No, I'm sorry, that will not solve the problem. This assumed by everybody that this problem is global. And so if the whole length of River Niger, you just come and the section that concerns Ndokwa, you dredge it. It won't solve anything now because it's several thousand kilometers. So before you even know what's happening, it's silted up. So forget it. So that's not how it works. But the solution to the area you did mention about erosion, some communities being eroded. You see, there's a simple solution communities can prefer to save themselves, and it's like putting a fence in. That's why I said this should have gone to the committee handling the so that we give them some solutions to that, to that effect.
They're here, they're listening.
Okay, I should just go ahead.
Yes, but please make it brief so we can move on. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I can make it brief.
Yes, please.
Communities should be to create, I call it fencing, but so it's actually not fencing. There's a technical word for it, but let me just use the layman's own. Fencing in the water. They have to cut woods. They have to cut trees, and then plenty. How we do fencing, and then it is done and cross, put inside the water, perpendicular to the edge of the water, into the water. You get it. It should be done, in such a way that it retains. Because what is happening is that you need something to break the energy of the water. If there is a wall that breaks the energy of the water, then that's the edge, the banks there will be retained. And so they need to do that, in intervals, many, just in front of their community. I had some, maybe like between 500 meters and 1 kilometer from each of the community, before and after. So they do it all along the shoreline. Once that is done, the erosion thing will reduce. And
okay, what I suggest is, the committee would, members of the committee would take this up with you to see the suggestion and drive it further.
Very well.
Yes, thank you very much. It's noted.
Very well. Very well.
We will have discussions outside to explore some of these novel ideas. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your contribution.
You're welcome. All right.
Ogwefi, I can't see the full name. Is that Inenya? Is that Sisi?
Yes,
okay. Please go ahead and let's keep our comments as brief as possible so we can make rapid progress. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My area of concern has to do. I heard somebody talking about NNU constitutional amendment. One of our main gates to reaching out to government is NNU, and part of the standards within the leadership is that before you aspire to be president of NNU, you must be a non-card carrying member of any political party. I think this is very important. It's very important that the Constitution is amended to reinforce this, because after Justice Obi, next was Professor Kecha. Kecha, while sitting as an NNU president, went ahead to take political appointment, which was against the spirit of NNU Constitution. After Kecha, we had Pharmacist Enebeli. While sitting as NNU president, he also went ahead to take political appointment. And the part of the standard is that you won't take any political appointment, you won't be a card-carrying member of any party, so that you will be taken seriously. A situation where you see the Arewa people, the Oromo Progressive Union, they don't do that. They make sure that they are bringing their first 11. So we need to be sure, we need to make sure that our first 11 occupy that position. Okay, look at the immediate past NNU president. They went ahead to contest election for House of Rep. So I think these things are not right. We need to send people who should be taken more seriously. Otherwise, we'll be sending persons as soon as they are there, they use the position to seek for political appointment or secure contracts. At the end of the day, the real essence of NNU will be defeated. Right. So I think we need to look at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Riding on your point, I would even extend that. Everybody holding critical positions in the NNU should not be active politicians. Otherwise, it is only natural that they would use that to their personal benefits. So as we look at these changes, we need to elevate NNU to a position where they truly can compare with other national entities. You know, we can't be making all these efforts and undercutting ourselves at the same time. It just doesn't make sense. You know, it is my view. I mean, it's a bit premature now, but since the point has been made, we shouldn't have any significant members of the executive who are also playing some politics on the side. We need people who can truly represent us across the board. That's my view. Let's take these other points quickly. Please make your point one at a time. Mani Odudu, 1 minute max. You know, so we can move quickly. Mani Odudu, please.
It's Mr. Odudu. Mr. Odudu.
Odufu. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Odufu. Okay, please help me. 1 minute. We can cut these things at 1 minute so we can move. Yeah, Mr. Odufu, please go ahead. You're muted. Yeah, go ahead. We can't hear you.
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, you're still muted, Mr. Odufu.
You're muted.
All right. Well, let me start again. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yes.
And I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just want to make state some observation that I experienced during this just completed election. I and some other, Ndokwa, Mindful Ndokwa people, we created a group. You probably have been hearing about us. It used to be NDI, Ndokwa Development Initiative. I'm not going to stay too much on that, but that name, we didn't get it. Now we are known as Ndokwa Progressive Indigenous Development Initiative. Now, we had a meeting recently to look into, to discuss the aftermath of the meeting. And we came up with issues, I believe, that will be discussed later on. I'm not going to bring that now. What I want to talk about now is my experience with what happened during the election period. And we have been complaining about marginalization in Ndokwa land for quite a while. And what I observed during that election was that we, Ndokwa people, were our own enemy. We are the one causing the underdevelopment of our motherland, Ndokwa. We found out that the whole Ndokwa East, Ndokwa West, and Okwane, the number of registered voters, even though we claim to be the second largest ethnic group in Delta State, the number of registered voters on record was not even close to one community in the Irobo area, not even in Isoko. It's under about 6,000. Now, politics is a game of number. Okay, if you don't have the number, politicians will just walk over you because they have nothing to lose. Or as a result of that, we embarked on massive voter registration program, that the PVC. We spend a lot of money trying to do that. Now, my question then is, where are our politicians? Where are our social groups? Nothing. They are doing nothing to raise this issue of non-voting. And if we don't do that, we can cry from now to heaven. Okay? Politicians are not going to take us seriously if we don't have any voting power. That's number one. Number two, our politicians are taking advantage of that. Okay? And we should, from now on, find ways to hold them accountable for what they are there to do. They are there to represent us, not to enrich themselves. And I was very disturbed when I saw, I read that the NNU went to visit one of the politicians, and they were talking about Egoji donating money. That, to me, that is like the politician is buying favor. How will you be able to ask tough questions to a politician if you go there for a gorge, substantial amount of money, and then you are happy that they gave you the money? We can raise the money to run our associations. And somebody just mentioned about the diaspora are willing to donate. Yes, but we shouldn't be pandering to politicians, okay, if we want to get anything from them, all right? Now, the election is gone, and I'm glad somebody mentioned that the job, whether we supported you or not, once you are there for the people. So we should prepare to hold them accountable for what they are doing, okay, what they have to do, because it is our money, okay? They are there to represent, or if they are not doing it, I had somebody said we should recall them. If that is possible, I'm all for it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Odufu. Your points are well taken and in good place. Let's take Evan Agagaraga. 1 minute, sir. Mr. Agagaraga. 1 minute, please.
Ajil Tofinio. I just want to add to what other speakers have said. It's very disheartening to hear that our AFNES body is having one of our leaders, the government official, is unheard of. I never heard of that before. Many other organizations. What they could have done was maybe relinquish such opportunities to someone whom they believe is capable of doing that. You know, we cannot be appendages of the government and expect government to do anything meaningful in our land. Because if our APES body is there to speak on our behalf, represent us, and even challenge activities of the government boldly, I don't see anywhere where someone you are going to be bold in talking to someone who is paying your bills. It's unheard of. So I think this is the reason, I'm sorry to say, but this is the reason why this organization in the initial stage was having a loggerheads with NNU. Yes, NNU is our APES body, we respect it, but we feel they're not doing what they should be doing. That's why this organization was formed, to bring Okwani minds and brains together to find a way. or find a solution to the problem. What is the problem now? These problems are showing themselves right in our front, that our apex body leadership are appendages of the government of the day. It's not done. I mean, the President General should relinquish that position he has just been given and look for someone, a capable hand in Ndokwa land, who can take over the position and say, look, government, this is the person I nominate.
Yeah,
Not for him
Thank you.
to take that
No,
position.
take the glass.
With all due respect to his person, it's not for him to take that position. He's not using the apex body to get a political appointment. That is not done. That is cheating. If he wants to get into politics, he should relinquish that position and go and do politics. An apex body is not meant as a platform for people to go to join politics. The issue of being a political party member, that is an issue for an individual. Everybody has the right to be a person. But once you are in that position, you become neutral to any political party. You don't take sides because you're representing the interest of all Ndokwa people, whether in the party A, party B, or party C. So if you start taking position under a government, that means you sold that neutrality. You soiled it. I'm a young person compared to the person in charge of an NNU or the leadership, but I have to see, when I see the truth, I will say it. So
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gagaraga.
To move forward, we must not pander to the party or the government of the day. We must stand firm and ask for what is right for us. The same attitude when we move for motion for Ndokwa to be included in the amnesty production, amnesty thing some years back. The same leaders put their children in front when their youths who have been languishing and suffering. This attitude has to stop. This is part of the reasons why people don't take us serious. How can they take you serious when you are being paid by them? So,
you know, just I agree with you. Your points, you know, I agree with. My only question is, and I'll leave it open: is it possible to be a card-carrying member of a particular party and be neutral? It's a question that I'll just put out there. I think the answer is very obvious as we take on other comments. Please, we have a lot of hands up. If you keep your comments to just 1 minute, then we can take everybody's, you know. So, Chairman Joan Governor, please, if you can keep it short and to the point, I would appreciate it, because so many hands up. John Governor.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a very quick one. I think I want to recommend that this House should also hold the political class accountable. What do I mean by that? Most of the time, when we get into the office, it looks like we are, take when I was the chairman, because I'm on suspension now, they make it look like we are party representative instead of being the people's representative. And that is very obvious because nobody is holding us accountable. There are no timelines to say every quarter, let us have our representatives give us the account of how they are faring. They may have challenges. That will be an opportunity for the House to also assist them to overcome those challenges. And then it will give them opportunity to partner better, because the ideas will be brought out so that more ideas will be sold to them. That is the only way we can better our representatives.
Thank you
Give
very much.
us such opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, you know, we are already setting up such structures in Ndokwa East, John Governor. But you're right, you're correct. Yes. So this time around, I think a number of us have said it, we must hold our political leaders accountable. You know, in Africa, we tend to deify leaders. Our so-called leaders are actually supposed to be our servants. They are our employees. We're the ones sending them out. They should be serving us, not the other way around. We need to do a lot of work in this part, especially in Ndokwa, to set the relationship right. Once people get into office, they begin to act like demigods. People also, we just worship anybody who's in office instead of asking for results. We need to get to that point quickly. So people have mentioned it, and we must put things in place, systems in place to ensure that we can hold our political leaders and all our leaders accountable and be ready to recall them if they don't meet our needs. Because the truth of the matter, like the first comment, Ndokwa is in a big mess on account of very poor political leadership. So we need to do something about it. So let me take, there's one techno, I don't know, you'll be the last person, your name is not showing. Let me take Dr. Enubuje. No, Enubuje, please let me just hold a bit. Daniel Ogrik, 1 minute, please, quickly.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I think when we talk about the political situation of the Ndokwa nation, the major problem we are having is the people at the grassroots. We really need to do what is called grassroots enlightenment and mobilization. Because we have had experiences of when you come to the grassroots, you tell them, the next thing some people will tell you, say, now. When they finish saying, they will go. When they go, we'll do what is in our mind. And that is the major problem we are having at the grassroots. Imagine these last elections. Despite all the preaching about vote buying and the rest, people were selling their votes for as low as 5,000, 10,000. Well, maybe because of the financial crisis that they had that time. But we really need to tell these people, we really need to educate them over time, because when election comes, most of them will tell you that these politicians, this is the only time we have to benefit from them. Once they enter government, we can't access them, we can't get anything from them. So our people already have a mindset about politics and election. They believe that it is only through election they can gain from politicians. So when you come to educate them and tell them, do this, do that, they will tell you that, leave that one. After now, I want to go chairman house, I want to get access to House of Assembly and all those kind of things. So the problem is really at the level of grassroots. And most of these things we are doing on social media, most of them don't really get to them at the grassroots. So there's supposed to be a systematic approach to this issue, because it's a mindset already. So it's like debugging somebody's mindset and trying to change it from what it is to something else. So it will take real effort and time for us to achieve that. So that was just a little I have to say. I have a lot of experience about this last election, what I saw and the rest, but I won't waste much of our time since we are now being limited by time. Maybe some other time I will talk more about it.
So this is not the only place. Now we are identifying resource persons, experts, and so on. So you'll be a part of the process, the solution process. I hear you're talking about grassroots education and mobilization, right, as a key element of making this happen. Thank you very much. Dr. Enubuje, please.
Uncle, can I come in a little bit, please? One second.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think we do need to move on to the next item, though. Every other person we have to hold on, and they can make their comments later.
You think we take too much time, huh?
Yeah, we are. We need to go to item 6.
But I've called Dr. Enubuje now. Let him just do his 1 minute if possible.
All right.
Please. Dr. Enubuje.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't want to, but it appears to me that we are running a 100 meters race on one spot. I made a report at the beginning of this conference, and I wrote out the reports. And one of them is that we had an interactive seminar with political office holders, and we made them to sign a contract, a social contract of what they will do. I was expecting this conference to now marshal out how we are going to now hold them accountable. But to say that NNU is not doing anything and all that, and for somebody to suggest that NNU went to look for a gorging, I mean, that is demeaning. We are men of character. We are men in our own space. No, one minute, sir. We are men in our own space. And then putting that aside, PG resigning or not resigning is funny. The people selected for that has not been inaugurated. So we need to wait. We really need to wait, please. Thank you.
Okay, I hear you. Let me, we are 78 people here, and we're taking every comment. We're not gagging anybody. We need to hear inputs. Sometimes the inputs might not be, can I finish? Can I finish, please? Sometimes the inputs might not be palatable, but we must hear everybody out that we call. The other point is, I have not heard, I know you've taken it a bit personally, Dr. Ndokwa, but what I heard was people saying NNU has been doing a lot. Okay, when you made your presentation, we saw a lot of action, but there are one or two observations we need to take on. But there are a lot of us here, so please, I would like to appeal to members here to take these comments with, some, what do you call it? What's the word? Take it
please,
with some
can I just make an observation, please?
Who's?
Anai. Okay. Anai, yes. Just an Anai.
Okay.
Yes.
Please keep it within 1 minute because we'll move on.
Less than 1 minute.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Please, I just want to point out, as somebody who was the chairman of the executive that ushered in this administration, I remember very well the issue of partisanship. Being a member of a political party was very high. And I remember the President General now showing us evidence that he had resigned from PDP in his clan before he was allowed to contest. So the issue is a balance of morality with constitutional requirements. Whether after you have done that, when you enter into the place, you will now go back and renew your membership. I just wanted to point this out because until we begin to take people begin to make commitments they can abide by, then we cannot go anywhere.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out.
I think we're done here. I think we're done here.
Uncle man, please, can I just say something?
You
please.
Too.
I was a member of the NNU caretaker committee that midwifed the whole process, and that constitution had been amended to say clearly that you must not belong to any particular political party before you for you to, and if in the process of holding that position you resign. It was that amendment was carried in one of our December meetings before the election was conducted, and then we handed over. So that amendment is in the Constitution. Thank you.
I think it's a very simple matter. We need to move on. Very simple. There's no way a partisan guy can represent all of Ndokwa East. It's not possible. I mean Ndokwa. So as we move forward, we need to enforce some of these things. When we talk about holding our leaders accountable, it starts with NNU as well. We'll hold NNU accountable to us, okay? And we'll hold our politicians accountable to us. We don't have any overlords in Ndokwa. When we put people out there to represent us, they represent us for real. They represent us indeed. One of the biggest problems we've had is this whole process of people capturing power and doing what they like with them, with it for themselves. And the generality of Ndokwa is suffering. We are one of the most backward local areas in all of Nigeria, in spite of all our resources and in spite of where we stand, and we cannot sustain this. We need to move forward. Thank you very much. I think the point is, made.
Uncle,
we have the right.
We need to move. We need to move.
Less than 1 minute.
Item 6.
Less than 1 minute.
Sorry. Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
I want to inform the House. Yes. Please, I want to inform the House, please. A decision has been reached that the committee
network
that handle the interface of the web, before is going to transmute into a standing committee for NNU to monitor and to ascertain, like Dr. Numiji just said, to hold the political office holders accountable to what they promised that day in Benvo that they would do. So once the body is inaugurated, it becomes a standing committee to call people to account going forward. So that's information I want to give the House.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
So
So
I can't.
I think we. No, we can't again. I can't just keep shifting. I'm sorry, madam. You make your point on the what do you call it, the chat. We need to move, please. Do bear with me, but we've taken at least 3 times the time for this matter. Thank you very much. We appreciate your desire to contribute. Now, item 6, the legal and constitutional position as it affects the removal of 2 LGA chairmen, those of Ndokwa East and Ndokwa West, by a team of barristers. We have Barrister Ken Oseji, Barrister Sylvester Ozegbe. Are you in the house, please? Ken Oseji.
Yes, Oseji.
Okay. Can please lead this discussion? Okay. Barrister Oseji, please lead. After you, we'll ask Barrister Ozegbe to also make an input. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure. It looked like it dropped off.
Okay, what about Barrister Ozegbe?
Barrister Ozegbe. I mean, a bunch of them are having network issues. Like we earlier announced.
Okay, do we have Barrister Uti? Is Barrister Uti here, Emmanuel Uti?
No, he was a no-show already.
Ken Oseji is still here.
Ken
Oseji is still around.
Yeah, can we get him to, is he there? Let him indicate he's with us. Barrister Oseji, are you there?
I don't see him. I think he dropped off.
No, he's there. He's muted.
Okay, if you unmute him, we might just hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I asked him to unmute, but he's not doing anything.
Can you unmute him from your?
No.
Okay, good.
Barrister Imauti is also with us.
Is Barrister Imauti here?
Yeah, it's answering Akodume Uti Ronald. Yeah, that's his name.
Uti what?
Akodume Uti Ronald. That's Barrister Imauti.
So if it's here, let him.
He's also muted.
Can you unmute them?
No, I can only ask them to unmute, but they will. It's up to them to respond to it.
But if they can hear us, why?
Yeah.
At least if you see them speaking, we can tell them that, look, you're muted, or mute yourself.
Yeah.
But they are not responding.
Okay. While we're while we're trying to get them, let's move on to the next related item. We can come back to that. Let's go to item 7. Osai, you help us if those people are available. Let's move on to the last general election. Experiences, areas that need improvement, and so on. We have a lineup of 5 participants to give us about 2 to 3 minutes of their own take on what happened and how we can do it better next time. Mr. Ken Okolubo, is he with us?
He should be with us.
I'll just read out the names. Anyone that's available should start. Chief Johnson Opone. Honorable Charles Emetro.
Yeah, Ken Okolubo. Sayodon, can you please take the floor? They're waiting for you, please. Please, they're waiting for you. Take the floor, please.
Is he on the? Is he on Zoom?
No, we're here now. Please, they're waiting for you, please. They're waiting for you.
Okay. Is Mr. Chuks Onyemuru? Is Mr. Onyemuru here?
He stepped out. He's going to come back.
Okay. What about Miss Mabel Adinku? Miss Mabel Adinku.
She's having network challenge in Kuala. Home business. Serious network challenge.
So we have those 5 names. We don't have them. They're not available to speak just yet. Okolugo.
But Ken might join us soon.
I'm here, sir. I'm back, sir.
Who's back?
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Is that Mr. Onyemuru?
Yes.
Okay, please start the process. Thank you very much. Mr. Onyemuru, start the process.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. I should go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. It appears I'm the only one here among the 5 of us.
I'm the only one there. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Abia Jajo Tofu better than you. Sorry, I just came back in now. I took permission to join another meeting for about an hour. I'm gonna be just back on time. Talking about our experience, my experience during the campaigns and the political process that just ended. How long do I have? About 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
1 second.
Yes. Okay, let me start with the positives. For me, the positives are, I think that the processes were generally peaceful in Ndokwa land. In spite of all the a lot of things that had the build up to the election and all the things that came up. I think that at least before the election day, the campaign processes were generally peaceful. And I think that is something that we need to thank God for. My entire team, I was happy and celebrating that we all went and came back in one piece. The other thing is that we had a chance to see our people and feel their pulse. For me, my summary of my experience with engaging our people is that everybody knows that Ndokwa is not where it should be. But it appears that a good number of, or if not almost everybody, appears helpless, especially those of them who are just in the villages and all that. They appear helpless. Those are some of the top, this is I pick from engaging with them. Now, the real issues for me is that the election has come and gone, but by my training and experience, every result you get comes out of a process. There's always a process to achieving any kind of result, whether good or bad. And generally, if not 100% of the times, if the process is wrong, the result will almost all the time not be favorable. It's unfortunate that I'm the only one here among the 5 of us listed to speak. I would have, especially for those who have not been declared winners, I would have just, it would have been nice that they hear that if they are convinced in their heart of hearts that the processes were fair and good enough, then that's the only way we can be convinced that we expect favorable results. Excuse me. So for me, the process, especially the governorship and House of Assembly election, yes, the campaigns were quite peaceful, but the election day, I was shocked at, with what happened on that day. I think that we need to, in my opinion, we need to look at the interests of our people more than what to look at the interests of our parties and our paymasters. And the result that I'm talking about is even showing already in terms of the aftermath of the elections, what has happened in Ndokwa land. And I'm talking specifically about what has been meted out to some of our people in the name of whatever the offenses they say they've committed. So for me, it's a sad commentary of where we are. It doesn't appear that we are ready, in my opinion, from what I've seen, to make things different in Ndokwa. Because it's only, they say the simplest definition of madness is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. But I would like to appeal to them, and I would really like to be pleasantly surprised by what they will deliver to us. I'll be happy to be disappointed if they deliver good results to all of us. I'm really worried and scared for Ndokwa, particularly because of the things that have now come up that they are doing to our people in the name of politics. At the end of the day, that's always in my philosophy. If we have any enemy to fight, it should be outside of Ndokwa.
Hello.
Let me ask.
Hello. Hello.
Excuse me. This is Techno Camon. Hold on.
Yes.
Who is Techno Camon, please? Okay. Give me 1 minute. Just 1 second. Let me do some housekeeping.
That's okay.
All these hands for this topic. Oguiji, Ododo, Felix, or are they from the past discussion?
Well,
okay. Yours is for this one. Please go ahead. Make your point.
Exactly.
Please
okay, I just want to inform us that our people are still not aware. The lack of awareness is so high that our people will still go to polling units and still be demanding money. And that was exactly what played out in the last election. That our people will go line up, and then the representatives of the various political parties will come with their money bags and start paying on the line for them to be voted for. In other words, whoever is not prepared to give out money to the electorate will not get any vote. So I think it is largely why we say our people are not ready for the change. They still want the wrapper they buy for them once in 4 years. They still rely on the 2,000 naira they give to them once in 4 years to go and vote. Otherwise, like Onyemolo said, the election was peaceful. There was no problem during the period. But after the election, one ugly thing that played out is that the political parties started sanctioning people that, for one reason or the other, could not deliver in their places. I can remember Onyemolo is from a section of Otagbono, and the world chairman of Otagbono
has gotten his stipend suspended as I speak with you, simply because Onyemolo won in his own unit, just in his own unit, in Akekwane Umuseti, Onyemolo won there. And for just that reason, the ward chairman was sanctioned. Up till now, he has vindictiveness that our political parties have taken the whole issue to. And if we follow it this way, it means subsequent times, people might start seeing it in a different angle. There might be violence. So that is just the little thing I want to chip in. Our political parties are still buying votes. They are still luring our people to collect whatever they can to vote for them, so that after which they abandon everybody like they have been doing. So that's my little comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ogbuji Kaine. Just one quick comment before I move to the next contributor. Please, we are happy for you to diagnose the problems, but please spare a moment to also give us solutions, your thoughts on solution options as well, please, as we go forward. Chuks Ododo, please go ahead.
Yeah,
you want me to respond to that?
Sorry. Moved on. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Sorry, I joined late, but I think it's good that I joined at the right time. That one of the critical issues that's so passionate in my heart is the issue of the local government chairman that were suspended. I see it as a slap on the face of Ndokwa people, because I know what happened in Ndokwa data center. There were serious anti-party activities, but why single out the two local government chairmen from Ndokwa? I think we need to do something. It's so sad. And when we celebrate the suspension of these people, we know that it's a slap in the face of the entire Ndokwa people. So I want us to look at it critically and see what we can do. Thank you.
The person at the airport, please mute, please. Felix Ojuneku. Felix, please.
Okay. Okay, Nikki.
Yeah, better.
So what I want to say briefly is the political dynamics. It's unfortunate that we are just hearing the suspension of this local government chairman. I think it's abnormal, but this has also been part of the politics of this state, very dirty most of the time. So what I want to recommend is that we just have to start sensitizing our people towards diversifying our politics. Our politics is too monopolized. And this has also affected what we get from both federal and even at the state level. We are not recognized. We have been given too much to one political party.
Hello.
What happened? Network.
Hello. Is Felix there? Can you hear me? I hope it's not my problem. Can you hear me?
No. Yeah, we can hear you. It's same.
Okay, Tima. Felix. Okay.
What we get first, please, can you hear? I don't know if.
Now we can hear you. We lost you for some 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry for that. So as I was saying, political party diversification, it is becoming imperative for us to do in Ndokwa land. We can't continue like this. Almost all we are saying is revolved around politics in one way or the other. So let's preach it, let's encourage it. As per those of our people that were suspended, what is the offense they committed against our people? Did they offend our people that warrant their suspension? If it is about the political system, it is absolutely uncalled for. Why? Because they got the mandate of not just their political party members, rather the mandate of the people. I'm from Ndokwa West. The president there may be PDP, I may belong to another political party, but it's representing my mandate. You can't just suspend it because the governor is not happy or somebody is not happy. So let's know why were they suspended and how this issue can be addressed. And lastly, the issue of the media. We are not maximizing the media enough. I'm not aware of this, for instance, as if I'm just hearing it today. And I'm sure thousands of Ndokwa people are not aware of this. And agitation is not anywhere. Nobody is there to make case for them. Either they are good or they have their own shortcomings. But right now, it means we don't have representative in those local governments. So the media is another area we should also create interest in. I'm appealing to Ndokwa Neku Union. Let's do something about media reportage in Ndokwa land. It is long overdue. The governor don't care. The president don't even know where it is. Ministerial appointment will not get to us. Ambassador we don't have. Advisor we don't have. All we have, most of them are stooge to whoever, especially to the state. We can't continue like this. So the media remains the tool we must maximize to get attention of anybody, even in the whole world. Thank you for the audience, sirs. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just before, please permit me to just make one quick comment. What I hear is a situation where one of our options at the NNU level, at an Ndokwa-wide level, is to protest what we consider to be an injustice to our people. But I'm using this to illustrate.
That is it.
Yeah, the point you made earlier. If our executives are partisan, they will not do such a thing that is from Ndokwa land. You know, I don't know who is involved. I don't know if it's PDP, APC, whatever, but this just goes to underscore the point we made earlier, that NNU should be above politics. Thank you for the point you just made. Let me call on Ogwefi CC, Ogwefi Chief CC. Please go ahead. Please,
all right. One minute before you speak. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let me quickly say something before you speak. So Sir Ken Okolo to the house, so you can let him speak after.
Yeah, okay. We'll go back, and let him speak when we finish this one.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Once more. Local government. The way local government is structured in Nigeria is not autonomous. I'm sorry to say that, but that is the truth. During primaries, they just pick anybody they like, they put there, they do shabby election, they put the person there. So after the suspension of this local government chairman, I personally engaged one of the very top government person, and he said to me, Chris, we put these people there to protect our party. You are there, you now went and go and get yourself involved in an anti-party. We put you there, you didn't win the election. We just put you there. After putting you the same way we handpicked you, the same way we handpicked the governorship candidate of the party. And you are now saying we should not accept the person to go, so we have to take you out. It's unfortunate that's our system. You look at the appointees that are being suspended as well, or their salaries are being stopped. The same thing, they were appointed to help the party. You get in there, you now get yourself involved in an anti-party. Specifically, by Leonard Anoka resigned his position because he knew that after election, as the superactive executive director, the state was going to come after him. So he resigned the position and did whatever he wanted. So for me, people in local government is not a safe place. Once you are elected, the governor, the House of Assembly can kick you out at any time. So if you want to get yourself involved in an anti-party, simply quit the office. The case of Friday Sanabi is clear. He's been against government for a very long time. He has not been removed from the House because you cannot remove House of Assembly member. It's only his members that can suspend him. And currently, Supreme Court judgment says that members of House of Assembly or House of Rep or Senate cannot suspend another member because the member has a mandate of his people. That is only the people that can recall him. So for now, local government is not secured. More importantly, if you look at the local government, you will see that the persons that were suspended, they are taken out. Other Ndokwa people have replaced them. So I don't think there's a lacuna there. What we need to do actually currently is to ensure that we have people, and then we need people that can easily talk to the governor. Because if our NNU, for instance, we need that cloud, they can walk up to governor and plead. The other day, the chairman of Southern Ndokwa West, was the governor pleading to come back. Having that access means he's the governor's boy. But we want people who are there with Ndokwa mandate. And local government, the way it's structured currently, is unfortunate. They can't do little. Their secretary, as a matter of fact, is cleared and appointed by the House of Assembly, which ordinarily the chairman is supposed to be able to hire and fire. But if you fire the person, House of Assembly will tell you, no, we appointed the person, you cannot fire. The local government, to me, still looks like one of the ministry or appendage of the state government. So that place is not too safe.
Right. Professor, thank you very much. Prof Adobe, please.
Say subsequent elections, we shouldn't go to vote for local governments and nominees.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I listened to one of the speakers say that, during this election, there was vote buying, that people queued up and that we need to sensitize the people. So I just wanted to say that sensitization should start now. It's not effective when it is done prior to the election, because then, it's like entering into one ear and going out through the other. But I believe that if we start now, if we can reach the communities bit by bit, you can say something over and over and over again. It begins to yield fruit. Once you go to the communities and you say it once and you move out, it flies out through the window. But if we continue to preach it on the radio, on the town hall meetings, find a way to reach the women, find a way to reach the youths, and speak to them repeatedly. We have 4 years to do that, so that the next election, we are sure that our people could stand on that line and you try to give them money and they will tell you, no, we have come to vote for somebody and we are going to do that. So I was just thinking that the best time to start is now for that, to do this sensitization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Early start of mass mobilization of our people at the grassroots level. Big point. I think you enforced what Daniel Ogliki was voting. Thank you very much, Prof. Chooks, you have a point to make, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you very much. I was going to... Can I go ahead, sir?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. When you said...
if you to be muted.
Chooks, 1 minute,
hello?
Please. Chooks, 1 minute.
Mr. Arch, you are muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Dibia, please mute your...
No, I muted everyone that because there were a lot of noise.
Hello. Yes. I can go ahead now.
Please go ahead.
All right. So just to make suggestions as you asked, I think that those who talked about sensitization and enlightenment, very good. I think like Prof said, Professor Adobe, that we should start now. But the bigger, the more effective way, in my opinion, to do this is that, currently, Nigerian political system is based on political parties. So I think the best way is for those of us, especially many of us who are here, who love Ndokwa with everything we have. It is time for everyone to step forward and be active in politics. That's just the only way. Be part of political parties and be among the decision makers. Like somebody used the word diversification. I like that word, that we need to diversify our political base. If we get involved now, all of us, in different political parties, if I had some families, they send three of our children to different political parties at the same time. They stay in the same house, but they are protecting the family interests. So any political party that comes on board or wins, they are winners. So I think that that's what we need to do now. All of us should get involved, register, deploy the little resources we have, our intellect and everything, and become important in the system. That is the only way. Otherwise, we will continue like this. Even if we sensitize them. At the end of the day, everyone will belong to a particular political party at any point in time. And they know how to corner them once they are members of the political parties. So that would be my suggestion. All of us should get involved.
Thank you
and take the bull by the horn to save our land.
Wait, Bana, thank you very much. I'm going to do something. I think Ken Okolibo is here with us now. I also saw Mabel Adinku. So Ken, are you ready to give us your 3 minutes? Ken?
Well, you might not. Good evening, everybody. Jane Otofeni. Can you all hear me?
Very clear.
Yes, we can.
Okay, it might not be up to 3 minutes because I actually apologized already to Osaidom. It's a friend's 50th, but I like the trend of discussion. Well, first I must appreciate that this is a noble move. I've looked at the participants, and most unfortunately, most of the people that should listen to this topic are not part of the program now. But I guess this is a maiden edition, so this is how a movement starts. Like what the last speaker said, and was talking about political parties. I don't even think political parties is the issue. When you have a move of like minds like this from Ndokwa Nation, it makes an impact, and after then one can talk of a political movement. For me, the elections, I am in the tribunal, and there might be certain things I might not be restricted to discuss because I'm in the tribunal. I know Chief Johnson Opuna is also in the tribunal. But for me, the case we had in Ndokwa was more of not speaking truth to power. If we can learn to start speaking truth to power, Ndokwa land will have all the benefits that should have accrued to us that have not accrued to us. We still lack a federal institution. We still lack federal presence. We still complain that we don't have any star projects. Look at the Beneku Bridge; it's still not completed. But we can talk of how many projects that were completed in Ika Nation and even in outside Ika Nation. What I'm trying to say here is that our leaders are one of the biggest problems we do have. We have this Ndokwa political forum that we all are in a web group, and we keep having this argument back and forth. By the time this initiative is taken by this kind of group, I think it will wake up these leaders, because the people too, like what they said during the elections, what did I experience? I went over 100 communities. I entered a party that was unknown, or basically known, but was comatose, and I woke it up. And I spent so much of my resources, not because I thought I could easily win the election, but I thought I could make the difference. But our people have weaponized poverty. And, because they have weaponized poverty, people now tend to say, look, people were actually voting on credit. You can't believe it, that people were writing their names down and they were getting alerts the next day or even the next week. And they were actually going to vote because of 1,000 naira, 1,005 that they assured them. And in some cases, the elections were brazenly rigged. Results were not entered. You can't imagine, in Okwani, for example, 20,000 votes were missing from the result that was used to declare the election. There's so many issues that one did see. But how can we make this change? If Peter Obi can win Ndokwa West, Ndokwa East, and Okwani, what he tells you is that our people can actually come together and decide to bring representatives that will be their choice. Because the day you start bringing representatives that are answerable to the people, that is when we'll start seeing a difference in Ndokwa Nation. The more you get them imposed, you will see the situation would remain the same. It is also I was telling somebody, because someone has asked me why I was making so much case about the two chairmen of our local governments that were suspended. Not because I've gotten a dime from this chairman, or because they supported my political career. I said, if we're being truly Ndokwa, we should first of all deal with, fight the external forces, then we can deal with our own at home. But the person reminded me that, these local government chairmen, were they actually elected by the people? And I said, but local government elections, nobody win outside the ruling party. So what am I trying to say? If we can start this support, and it's a good initiative, and we can start getting our people in those positions, and they know they are answerable to us, then it becomes difficult for them to deviate when they get there. But when they know that it is those that are in Asaba that can decide their fate, they will only be loyal to those in Asaba. One of the things that inspired me when I was made a commissioner was that I never knew I was going to be made a commissioner. I never had an idea. I never lobbied. And so by the time Udwa made me a commissioner, it's strange because my sister was a serving commissioner. And I thought of the fact that, look, if I was nominated when I did not lobby, that was one of the things that drove me into working as much as I did when I was in the SOPADEC, because I didn't lobby, because I didn't want to. So I realized too that when I went to the people and I said, please give me this mandate, and if they give you this mandate, it is difficult for you to now come back to not remember those areas you went to. Look at Onya, for example, in Ndokwa East. When I went there, I was the only politician that went there. I think one other person also, they said, went there, maybe from the House of Assembly, but in those that were looking to represent us in the House of Rep. I went to places like Umolu. I went to places that I couldn't believe that I was driving kilometers and kilometers like as if I was not in this world. Ndokwa is grossly underdeveloped. Ndokwa has oil, but it's a travesty of the situation we find ourselves. So I would encourage that this kind of meetings should go on. I know with time, people might think that others would not join. But if it comes like this, by the time a movement comes from here, we can make this difference, and our people can now understand the yearnings that really and truly they need a change. Because this change does not come in one day. It's difficult for you to talk to them. They will listen to you. But by the time it comes to when they look at their stomach infrastructure, they will get, is the situation I said about weaponizing poverty. Because when a man outside in China, only you will need 2005 year, only 500 naira. He gets tempted to he buys his conscience. 1.5 will buy his conscience. But it is painful because if you can send that message across that in 4 years is what you are buying, then we can achieve our aim. Let us also take a cue from Peter Obi. Why I say this is that Ndokwa East has never lost an election to, PDP has never lost an election in Ndokwa East before. The first election they lost was to Labour. So that should tell you that we can actually make this thing happen. If Ndokwa East, Ndokwa West, and Ndokwa can fall to Labour in the presidential election, where a sitting governor was on the ticket. So that should be a guiding principle, and knowing that we can still make this movement and make these people support us the way. Although I would also point out that most of the people that also came to vote were from outside Ndokwa and some in diaspora. But the majority of those that also were home also bought into that movement. Ben and you.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ken. Let's also take Mabel. You're on 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so that we can wrap up this. Is Mabel Adinku here? Is she still here? Because I saw her sign on. Okay. So if she's not, let's take the last 2 or 3 comments. Dr. Vincent Ogier wants to make a comment.
Mabel is here, but she's muted. Maybe she's finding it difficult to mute herself.
Okay, when she's ready, we'll just be taking this comment. When she's ready, we'll take it. Dr. Ogier, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Jenny Otofin. I just want to say that I'm very happy discussion is coming out from Ndokwa. From the political angle, I think what is important for me is organization of poverty in our area. There is nothing we can do if people are not empowered not to accept 10,000 or 5,000 naira. I remember a governorship candidate in that state went somewhere and was saying they should vote for him. Everybody booed and bullied at him, and yet he won the election. How did it happen? It means that, I hope I can be heard.
Yes, please.
Yes, it means that many waters cross the bridge overnight. Our people are poor, and there is nothing they are giving them but fish, like a bait, to vote for them and stay for the next 4 years. Yes, sensitization, early sensitization is key, but the major thing is, how do we remove poverty amongst our people at home? An old woman that has not eaten for 1 week and it comes to the election and somebody comes with 5,000 naira, there's nothing you're going to tell the woman not to vote. So, but if we can keep this discussion running, keep this assembly going at a point where we can say, okay, this candidate is from Ndokwa and is from this place, and they know that we've been with these people, we've identified with them in the time of their needs, all over the time. I think it can help us going forward. That would be my contribution because of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll take Sonny Neme next. Sonny Neme.
Good evening. Standing on the existing protocol. 2 areas concerns me here. I hope I'm being heard.
Yes, Mr. DBA, please mute your microphone.
Okay. Two areas concerns me here. One, the issue of NNU. The other one is the media. For NNU to be very, very effective, I think we should also know that all of us should begin to pay our dues. They need a lot of money to run activities. Look, we should be encouraged to pay dues to NNU. That way we can own it. We can ask questions. You don't ask somebody a question when you're not your heart is where your money is. That is one. Two, on the issue of media, after all these fine ideas we are putting up together here and all that, until when Ndokwa people begin to realize the need for proper media management, we are going nowhere. It's not going to be like a Baba chair that is dancing within 1 circle, almost no movement. Yeah. We have to really get back to think and work close with the media. We have what it takes to send our messages across, but we don't patronize ourselves. We rather go to Rubo Voice, Vanguard, or that, even the Vanguard or other media houses. We look for people who are not of Ndokwa origin to patronize them. How are we encouraging ourselves? We should have to encourage ourselves. That's the only way we can really tell our stories. We are capable. We can do it, but we have to encourage ourselves. So we're able to send the messages out, tell the world what we are highly under-publicized.
Thank you. Your points are well taken. 2 points. I think the Secretary General mentioned the creation of a database of all Ndokwa indigenes at home and abroad. I hope that is the beginning of having a base, and the basis for getting us to pay our dues. And then the other one, you're right. We need to emphasize, we need to know the importance of the media. Points are well taken. Thank you very much. Ozu Anthony, please go ahead. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Ozu.
Hey, Ajeni also.
Hello.
Hello. Can you please hear me?
Ozu Anthony, go ahead. Yeah, we'll hear you. Make it 1 minute, please. Quick.
Yes, sir. I think Professor Ndokwa and some others, the assessment is especially based on this politics issue. I personally, I went around during most of the campaigns and I did hear our people talk. Yes, one thing is that it's important we need to start the sensitization now. But another thing is, let me use the word freedom. Freedom in the sense that can our people feel? Do you have the ability to actually take care of them? And let us be sincere. Apart from the part of being contented with there's hunger in our land, and that is one issue that actually needs to be addressed. We have people that are ready to, that are actually ready. But while I was growing, that was one of the most talked about things about Ndokwa people. Like they tell you Ndokwa men are people that are ready to take care of this. Unfortunately, getting close to this political time, I don't know what came up. I don't know how. Because after the whole presidential race, that everybody was ready for a new Nigeria, for a new government. But unfortunately, during the election, we saw so many things, and it's actually telling on us, especially we, the youth, because even to this very moment now, there's some things that have happened, and nobody is ready to talk. Most times, including myself, who has first national president, we have to actually, in our little capacity, try to speak out to those who we know that can actually listen to us, because you call a group of persons who you think they are saying that you saying right mind with you, and you're like, let's take this course, and they will tell you for so reason, especially in a tagged word loyalty, that word loyalty, they cannot do certain things. So I think it is far away from this issue of sanitization. It is now the issue of freedom, that free will to speak, the free will for you to do what you can do, knowing fully well that it will not affect you, neither will it affect whatever source of income that you have. Because if you look around, and most of the people that are already surviving and doing well, all right, a large percentage of them are actually doing well based on the relationship with some people in the government and all that. So I think that's one that needs to be addressed, and we are hoping in the nearest future, while we try as much as possible to get our institutions like the NMU, the funds, and the other ones, so I'll try as much as possible to get them to connect and educate with our people, all right, which in return we expect our people to own this institution. We pray that we get the results we require, especially in the next phase, because like Professor Adobe said, if we are doing anything that has to do with politics that involves the people and let the people be carried along, it has to start now. But while we are doing that, we should also look forward to the fact that at the end of it, all right, the issue of hunger, the issue of freedom, the issue of infrastructure should also be handled. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Tony. I hear you agree with a lot of the contributions, but you say economic empowerment is also very critical, which is why we're looking at all those other areas. So I think we are all on the same page. Thank you very much.
I think I remember Ladin quiz in the house.
Yes. So what I'm going to do is this. I'll take Ms. Adinku's presentation, and Chibuzo, Jude, and Rodney. Those are the only comments we take now. So Ms. Adinku, that's all.
Before Adinku goes, I think we also need to read the comment in the comment section. It's like 27 of them now.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I've been meaning to read them, but I couldn't cut it.
Okay, so let's just do these ones, and then we'll read them and wrap up. Is that okay?
Yes, yes,
okay?
yes.
Yeah, okay. So, Ms. Adinku, please, your 2-3 minutes, please. Ms. Adinku, are you muted?
She's not.
We can't hear you.
Okay, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening.
I am having network. No.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
No.
No, no, we can't hear you.
Is it possible to put whatever you want to say in the comment section?
Can you hear me?
No, we can't. Your connection is very bad. Can you write it in the comment section and then we read it?
We can't hear her. We can't hear you, please.
No, we can. Let her put it in the comment section.
Okay, so we'll just take, sorry, we can't hear you. It's very bad. We can't hear you. Sorry. Chibuzo, please, 1 minute. Chibuzo, what do you name?
1 minute. Sorry. First of all, let me say thank you to the organizers here for putting this impressive gathering together. I have been listening and wondering to myself, with all these challenges, political malpractices, all that has been going on, the suspension of the chairman of the government, the notion that people are still subjecting themselves to 4 years of suffering or more just to collect little money. It looks to me that it's been a problem for a long, long time. I just think I dream when you make, at least if we could live here with that and spread out this, what is truly the value of my identity as an Ndokwa person? What is the value in that? What we hold true to our hearts? Say this is, no matter what, I stand true to this, that I will not lie to somebody, I would not steal, I will not collect bribe. What is that? Because even all this we are doing right now, if we don't espouse any strong value, everything here is just showmanship. It's nothing. Because what it means is that somebody, even from here, would collect money. Somebody, the politician will this, will you read, or send your son to study somewhere. You find quickly that the value that someone has espoused for years begin to flake away. So my appeal to each and everyone here is to identify that which we hold strong to, the value. If we hold a value that says we must not collect bribe for the interest, the collective interest of the betterment of our community, and we stand by that, that will work. But if we just say our value only amounts to whatever we get, then we are never going to be able to achieve anything as a people, as a community. I thought I should say that.
Right, thank you very much. That point's taken. I'm sure the summit will be dealing with vision and values as a people and all of that. But yes, it's one thing to espouse values. It's another thing to see what's on ground. If any them are doing equal this time is when people are very, very poor, when poverty is being that weaponized there. If you're not sure of eating the next day, it's difficult to hold on to high values. But yes, those are very important, and we will obviously start somewhere by agreeing what our core values are as Ndokwa, Thanks very much, Chibuzo. Jude, please go ahead. Jude, logo.
Okay. Jenny Otofenio. Thank you so much. Chief Udom, I so much appreciate what you are doing, and most of the organizers too. Thank you. My president, the national president of the association in America here, has already said most of the things that I wanted to say. But I want to emphasize one thing, which is our leaders. Sir Ken Okulubo has said the same thing. He was one of our leaders also before that we're looking onto. So I'm happy that at least it's in this forum to at least say that our leaders are the problems that we're having in Ndokwa. I see Urobo people, I see Soko, they have one leader that at least this is the person that will lead us, and once he says, that's it. But Ndokwa, everybody's a leader. And that is one of our problems, and that is one of our weakness. And people are using that because of that. That I mean, when you lead us everywhere, we don't stand in one word. And that is what is killing us. And now our own political people that we gave mandate to go and present us there, when they get there, they still fall the same thing into those leaderships. They become slaves and they use them. And our own people continue to suffer. So please, one of the things that I'm trying to say is this. Do we have a forum of a town hall where our leaders that have been elected to come and tell us what they did? And they should be held accountable to answer questions without anything at all. And if they cannot answer that question, why are they standing there to listen to them? So my own suggestion is that they should be able to at least, when elected into the government, come and put your words to your people, what you've done, so that we can see that actually you did those things and answer those questions. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the accountability process is in its infancy, And I think that's one area we're going to emphasize as a people as we go forward. Thanks a lot. Servant or DB Rodney, please, your 1 minute.
Ajay, I don't know my voice.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just to be sure I'm clear. Mben and you, for all you've been doing, at least, I know you very well. I don't know the other lady, and my chairman of Sayudom in our NGO here in Abuja. So Ben and you and every other person, I don't know if Ben is also there, Ben Olisa, I don't know if it's on. Thank you, everybody. Now to the matter. NNU. Anugamo so yibo sam I don't know so. But I tend to disagree with many things, opinions. The beauty of a forum like this is for us to hear different opinions, different perspectives, and see the best we can take from it.
Sure.
Like I will always remind everybody, NNU. I was part of NNU, and NNU was not registered. For up to 10 years and more, they were running this NNU, it was not registered. I felt ashamed. Osayudon felt ashamed when we realized that the NNU, they were all running, all the big politicians were struggling to be part of. Professor Ijoma was also running it, was not incorporated. It took us, myself and Osayudon, to bring out the full money to go and cover our shame. And that's how we registered the NNU. Today, everybody is struggling. Oh, I mean, them, the political class, to have an influence over the NNU, they abandoned, they never even thought of the incorporation. Even to send the passport photograph when we're trying to do the, get the trustees was a problem. It will take 2 months, 3 months. Where's this passport photograph? Where's this ID card? Where's this ID card? Where's this FOSO? We got so fed up that we said, look, anyone that is ready, we should go ahead and just use it and register this thing, because other ethnic nationalities, their own bodies were properly incorporated. Put that aside. There is no way you can tell people to come and contribute, pay their dues to NNU. Don't waste your time. Be realistic. Nobody will be ready to pay any dues to a partisan NNU. So long as it's partisan, people will do what Obasanjo calls sit down and look. Until they remove NNU from being partisan, being a PDP external department or APC, or whatever party's external department or external arm, to be controlled by the governor or to be controlled by this person or the other person, nobody will be stimulated. There's something I love. Even Ike, from one of your statements at the meeting you attended in Abuja.
Yeah.
Process is very important. It is a process that determines the quality of the product. So if it is a partisan process, most people can be carried along. Of course, I can be carried along. If someone walks into my house now and tells me it's NNU, I'll walk him out of my house. Some of the members of the ESCO that made attempt to come and see me in Abuja, I told them, don't even near my outer gate. Don't ever try it. Because I know all how the mix there. And the same thing when it comes to a wonderful vision that you people are carrying. The issue is, who are you carrying it with? That is why when you come to our NGO, Organized Ndokwa Effort, Oluku Ndokwa Envoys Initiative, I registered it along with NNU. The same time, the same amount, the same everything, you know. But the issue there is this. When it comes to that one, we are just few hands. Why are we few hands? How many people have been telling us they want to join, they want to join? No, we don't want anybody that is partisan to come and join and then turn it to a PDP affair or APC affair. No, we just want people who are 100%, when they come, they are 100% for Ndokwa. If they are not part of it. You can't say the same of NNU. So for God's sake, if the root is bad, what do you expect of the fruit from that tree? Because it's the root that will determine the nutrients that will eventually you will harvest the fruit from the tree based on the nutrients it gets through the roots. Until you check that root too. Otherwise, we dey speak Oyibo and I no go school. So I know Sabi Oyibo speak. I'm a realist, I'm a practical person, I'm a go-getter, I'm a fighter, but I choose my team. No nonsense. So I choose my team. And of course, I can't work with a mixed breed. You know why? I'm advising you, I don't know if you people are already experiencing it. When you are moving to the east, those who are not flowing with you, because it's a mix, who are thinking political, partisan, they'll be going to the west. So they'll be dragging you back. Some will be going north, some will be going south. But if it is one mind, if it's defined, then you will see that the result you would have achieved in 10 years, you will achieve it in less than 1 year. That is what it takes when you're working with one mind. So that is why when we were, because I'm not in NNU any longer, when we were in NNU, we fought to the last that it must not continue to go that way. When we fought Opponent, we fought this, we didn't make them enemies. We were trying to divulge NNU from being partisan. Having said that, I think I've made my point to that extent. Osayudom gave me a mandate. He said I was going to speak for whether 1 minute or 3 minutes on the power. Do I continue on that?
No, we'll come to that right after this. We'll close this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think Rodney has made the point very clearly. We've discussed this earlier. I don't know when you joined, right? About depoliticizing NNU. You can't have politicians, partisan politicians, making any headway for us. So we all agreed the point couldn't have been made any better. Thank you very much. It's very clear for anybody who loves Ndokwa that you can't give it to, you just can't give it to people who have private interests. It's not possible. It goes nowhere. So next, are we taking any more? Do we have time, Eunice, or should we?
Yeah, we're just gonna do a little bit of the comments.
Okay.
We're gonna do a little bit of the comments in the comment section, and then we're gonna jump right back to
our friend. Some two hands up though. It's just that when you say 1 minute, the guys will take 7.
let me take some of the comments first.
Okay, take those comments.
Let me read some of the comments.
Yeah, just 2.
Yeah.
Ocho, something, and Enudi, right? Only those 2 after, right? So please.
Okay, all right. Let them go then.
Okay, but 1 minute. 1 minute. Emmanuel, your name is not fully Ocho, Emmanuel Ocho.
Ochonogo.
Okay, the name is not showing fully. Please go ahead, Emmanuel. 1 minute, my brother. I beg you, I beg.
All right.
Thanks.
Ben.
Yes, please.
I'm Emmanuel Nebedi Ochonogo.
Okay.
I thank God for this summit, this conference. It's a very good one, the enlightening one. I just have to point out one thing. My colleague and friend and brother Sonny have mentioned the issue of media in Ndokwa and how we should relate to the media. Without it, we can't develop in Ndokwa. Nobody sings your praises. It's only you that can sing your praises. But however, on the issue of the political scene, there are a lot of issues that we cannot take to the political leader on themselves. Most of the people that have spoken here today, they know what's at playing here. Ndokwa is not the only problem where we're having this type of problem, but we, on our own, try to aggravate it. There are a lot of problems from the grassroots, even on forums, so associations, like we are talking of Ndokwa Neku now. You go to other smaller groups, you see division. That translates to the major national issue. Because if you cannot hold it in the smaller ground, we cannot be able to equally do anything meaningful when it comes to the national board, like the entire Ndokwa federal constituency. We should look for a way of trying to educate our people. In any group they are, they should have focus. Everybody cannot be leader. Everybody cannot be leader. And as long as I've seen that weakness in us, there will be continuous demarcating of us through ourselves. That's all I just want to point out here. In the last political governorship, presidential, House of Assembly, the general election, all the political parties and politicians were victims of bribery and vote buying. None of the candidates should debate, they should remove themselves from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your points are taken. Thanks very much, Mr. Chanaba. Sam Enudi, last comment before we go to the written ones. Sam Enudi, please.
Yes, Mbenenyo, thank you so much for everybody that have contributed. These are salient contributions that can move mountains. And I want to applaud everybody that has spoken before me. I want to say here that when it comes to the issue of flooding first, flooding, we're in the 21st century. And when I remember the issue of many flooded areas that have been living with flooding forever, but we're turned to real habitable places like Morocco in Lagos and a few of them, I can say that of Ndokwa is doable. If we take the initiative, we take the bull by the horn and work with those who can make it happen, and that's the government. That's number one, briefly. Number two, we are selling ourselves short, and that's the issue of Ndokwa. One of the speakers said we are the second when it comes to number in Ndokwa, and yet one of the least developed. Look at, for instance, look at every community that is not up to our population, having universities, having that. When this salient development comes to us, it becomes an area where you can get our people empowered, employment and whatever that comes to you. Even those of us, we have all the resources to make this happen. We've been electing people. We'll be electing people to houses. We'll be electing people to everywhere. They're not doing what we need to do. The resources we have, the manpower. I can hear everybody that has spoken. These are great, wonderful ideas that can be harnessed. And when who says we cannot go to the presidency? Who says we cannot have our elected representatives at the federal level accompanying us to go and see the president and say, Ndokwa has been marginalized so far and we can do this X, Y, Z, and this is the time to do it. We can do that. I'm saying this because I've written to the vice president of Nigeria while I'm here in the United States, and they replied me. So who said Ndokwa community cannot do the same thing? Go and see the president and say, this is what we wanted. This is what my people wanted. With those who think they could just take Ndokwa for granted. So that we can shift or drift from this political pond our elected representatives have been taken on for granted forever. So at the end of such visitation, we have a very strong communique. I also heard somebody say we are not utilizing our media platform. By the time we harness our media platform after such visitation and put them together, they will know that we are waking up and we are getting out of our doldrum. Because right now we are sleeping. Bikoni, I don't want to speak much of this because we can do much. We can do much if we take the bull by the horn. Benene.
Thank you, Bana, Mr. Enudi. The big point here is that we can do much more than we are making ourselves believe, right? We can take action, we can reach out, we can drag our politicians into the fray, we can reach the president if we want to, make our points if we want to. Thank you very much, Mr. Inudi. I think that was the last one. That was the last one. Eunice, you want to go back to the written ones, right? And then we move on.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, nobody should be angry if we didn't read their comment. It's just too many. We're just going to skip through. We can't read everything. Yeah. All right. So this one is from Mr. Ogbuiji Kaine. He says the removal of the 2 LGA chairman is part of the impunity we usually talk about. Those that removed them fail to understand that it was not only their party members that voted for them. That's part of the thing we are trying to tackle right now. Another person was talking about this boils down to the grassroots enlightenment and grassroots awareness that he earlier said is highly needed in Ndokwa nation. We're working on that. Another person I think is talking about the issue of the politicization of the NNU. He said Article 6.3a of the NNU Constitution as amended on the 26th of December 2020 at the General Assembly states clearly that once an NNU executive is appointed into a political position, he is bound to resign from that office. All right, we're also looking into all that. Now, somebody said, how come we don't have the major political players participating in this meeting? I'm sure they were invited. I'm very sure that they were invited, but I guess they couldn't make it, or maybe it could also be due to the, what did they call the situation, the rain. It's why they're unable to join. I'm just assuming. And here, Mr. Wadene was asking, what options are there to explore towards remedying the expulsion?
Eunice, please, let me just chip in 10 seconds.
Okay.
They're not here because our so-called elected officers are not answerable to us. They have never been. The impunity has always been there. They don't regard us as anything, and it's not just now. You know, even when you call them for stakeholder engagements, they laugh it off. That is why they're not here. You can see the only people who are here are people who are not, you know. And I do hope, you know, because the lady and gentlemen are here. I do hope that when if or when you get into power, you know, you would operate differently, you know, because this is why we're suffering. We really don't have any representatives.
We don't.
That's what's happening. So please go ahead.
It's a tough situation, but moving forward, we are hoping that things will change. So Mr. Wadene was asking what options are there to explore towards remedying the expulsion of the local government chairmen. And that was why we had invited some of our legal minds to talk on the issue, but unfortunately they couldn't join us. So I don't know what we can do, and I don't know if anybody has an answer to that, as what are the options that we can explore? How can we remedy this? Is it possible to even have them called back to that position, because it was an injustice the way we see it, that they were on suspension at all? So we'll see, dig into that. If there's any lawyer in the house who knows how what we can do legally to remedy that, they should please let us know. Somebody was saying that, wait a minute, how about the councillors that are being used to suspend the chairman? What can the councillors tell us that the chairman did against our people? Well, it's part of the problem when they put your brother aside and you step in without question, because everybody is power hungry. That's the way I say it. So they don't question the fact that somebody was unjustly removed. They're happy to step in and take up the position. That's the way I say it, but it shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so. So what exactly is an anti-party activity? I don't know at this time. What is an anti-party activity? That is what they said they did, is why they were removed. We don't know what that means. Maybe someday somebody will come and explain that to us. I don't know what it means. So somebody also said media management is not for NNU alone to address. Ndokwa as a people do not appreciate media relations. Apparently the media doesn't take a prime position in their plans. And until we get to this, we get this aspect right, we are going to remain like in a barber's chair. All motions, no movement. We are trying to take advantage of that. So most people have talked about that today, how we're not making good use of the media, right? but we are trying to change. We are trying to do things better. We don't want to remain the same. We want to move forward. Effective media coverage is capital intensive, somebody said. And that is why with their collaboration, even if it is monthly or quarterly, a well-organized news coverage can be sponsored by them. Those are things that I think they're taking down the nuggets so that we can act on that. Let me see what other person said. Our politicians are the direct opposite of our aspirations as a people. Can we fight their fights? They serve their masters without letting us know what manners of contract and agreement reach. Let's have induction for our political class and let her hold them accountable. I think you already did that. That was part of what we did last year before the election, that make them accountable. They signed some things that we're going to hold them accountable with what they signed. I know some people got away with not signing. I am hoping that those that eventually got elected were part of the ones that signed to say they will stay to what it. I don't know who won and who lost. I don't know who actually signed, but I'm hoping that the ones that won were part of those that signed so that we can actually hold them accountable and make sure they do those things that they said they were going to do. So in the interest of time, we're going to come back to whatever is left here, but we're going to quickly go to item 8, which is talking of the IPP status update. We're going to go back again to Sergeant Rodney Odili Obi. I hope it's there. I hope he didn't drop off. I don't see him.
Yeah, the IPP and the coastal road status.
Yeah, the coastal road down the Niger. Is he still there? Look like he left.
No, he's there. He's there.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I still have to make one very brief comment.
Mm-hmm.
When you see, I'm a politician myself. So when we're talking about politicians, they are not ghosts. We should first appreciate the relationship, the impunity that has bound them to act the way they are acting, even up to the different clan association. You can't be elected without, except you belong to the governor sponsors you through a leader. They have such funds that they will give so at their own people of their own interest will be elected, sponsored by the governor or the governor's stooge. So it is that bad. And you can't call them to a question because you didn't put them there. They wrote result and elected themselves. So they are just like placeholders. They are not your representative. At least I have been bold enough to tell our former senator and our former House of Rep that they are not my representatives. So that is as far as that is concerned. So we don't start giving them titles that they don't have and all that. Okay. Now let's go to the IPP. Let's go to the IPP.
Yeah.
Haven't spoken about the politicians. You can't even see them on this platform. You won't be surprised that before they will come to this platform, they will go and take permission from Okowa or from one leader. Oh, Saturday, no, don't mind those useless people. EJB, no, Okowa, and they will not come. Okay? So that tells you who they are representing. They are the representatives of the system, not the representatives of the people. So that is aside. So on the IPP issue, it is a very, very big problem. But I'm going to speak very scantily on it. And I have my reasons. Good. I supported that the next House of Rep member from our federal constituency should come from anywhere but not in Ndokwa West in this last election because they've had their chance. I made it very public. It should go to Ndokwa East or Ukwani. We thank God that today we have someone from Ndokwa East. you know, despite what anybody says about him, at least it has gone to another local government. Let there be fairness and justice amongst us. But with the IPP, the outgoing could not supervise the process very well. He tried his best, but whatever effort he made was not properly done. You can't award a contract in what billions without getting a certificate from the Bureau of Public Procurement. And if that happens, it's a criminal case. As we're talking now, some general managers in TCN have been invited, arrested, released by EFCC because it's only this year. They've been hiding it. It's only this year that information got to EFCC that a certain contract for substation was awarded and the contract has no BPP, certificate of no objection. And how it got to the EFCC was because the contractor, the substation contractor, wanted variation on the contract. And for it to go back to FEC, there must be a certificate of no objection, which the project didn't have. How they manipulated it and say it is, what do they call it? Selective tendering and all that and that and that, and eventually awarded it. That is their business. But it has created so much complication. The contractor they awarded it to has his own problems. They are like partnership company and they are planning to separate. And the issue is which one of the two parts will now handle the project. But that is against the agreement they signed with TCN, because at the time they signed with TCN, they signed as a partnership, not as one part. So all those complications are there. To solve this problem, we've gone far. As my chairman, Osayudo, and myself, for people who should mind it to put it in your mind. It's not a full-time job. I have my own job. I have my family to feed. These things I'm telling you is not what you go once. It requires you to go to TCN about 4 times, sometimes twice in a day, especially over this EFCC matter and all that. And we're doing it selflessly. My brothers, my sisters, I'm now above 60. Those who congratulated me should remember that I'm above 60. And my energy won't be like a younger person. So we have carried this journey as far as we can based on the strength that we have. And I'm not as strong as I used to be. So we should put that into consideration. Our prayer is, despite what anybody says about the incoming House of Rep member, who at a time even was a party to frustrating this project, we pray he has changed. We pray he has now come in to see that it's a big burden he's going to bear on his shoulder. We pray he has capacity to handle it. We pray he will be able to build up his team, excluding us, because I won't work with him, point blank, excluding us. Let him form his team. He did the election. Let him go and now do the work. But that is the problem. That is where we are. In other words, on the IPP, where it has been put on hold, nobody is ready to touch IPP 5 for Kwale now because they are afraid of being invited by EFCC. It's as bad as that. That is the position. Also on the IPP, apart from a wrongly awarded contract, that was not in line with due process. They did not also perfect, you shouldn't distract me there. They did not also perfect the issue of by end, where the substation is going to be. The land that we got, that was given to us by Ajib, is a swampy place. So it's swampy, and you can't carry transformer and put inside swampy place with water. So there must be dredging, there must be sand filling and access route. But it wasn't captured in the main contract for the reason that there was supposed to have been a tripartite agreement between Ajib, TCN, and the state government, where Ajib will take care of the sand filling as part of their corporate social responsibility. But Ajib backed out. So we called for an urgent meeting here in Osayudom's parlor, where we resolved that if Ajib has backed out, we have to approach TCN that, look, oh, this substation is your own. It's not for the community. Community is to enjoy it when you do it, but the owner of the substation is TCN. So the project is yours. So provide money to do the sand filling for your project. In principle, TCN accepted. He even gave a reply to my NGO, not NNU, because we don't do all these things with NNU again. If we do it, they will take the glory. So we have an organizing Ndokwa effort, with which we wrote to them, with which we attended the meeting. And we were lucky, they committed themselves. They replied us and agreed that it is their project and that they are ready to do the sand filling and access road. It was in the process. They said, what we wrote to them is that they should do it from their IGR, because like a plague, we were trying to avoid anything to do with our outgoing House of Rep member. It got to that point. So we didn't want anything through National Assembly budget, so that the story wouldn't come out that because people are ready to claim glory. We don't want to claim glory, we want to claim success. And most times in process of people trying to snatch the glory, they suffocate the project and abandon it. So we wanted something we can do, complete 100% cut off Osai, and all those noise he makes and all that, and focus on it and take it as a project and achieve it. And we did. At least we got the approval of the Honorable Minister in writing that they will do the sand filling and access road, and they directed TCN that TCN should fund it using their IGR, internally generated revenue. That is the extent to which we have gone on that one of sand filling and all that. Mind you, you know how funny this thing is. While we are fighting to get the sand filling done, oh, I have more than 10 people, politicians and people are from the communities and all that, who were struggling that the contract should be awarded to them. And sometimes I would just laugh. We who are spending the money in Abuja, spending the time in Abuja, spending the energy in Abuja, so we don't know how to do contract. But all they're interested in is we should go and do the set it up. Please, we should help them so I can be awarded. By the way, they are not even aware that for such a job to be awarded to you, they are free to bid. There must be a bidding process. Your company must also have all the requirements. So I decided to play a trick on many of them. I'll simply tell them, yes, you can do it. Provide your company. The company has no single document and they want to do the job. So you see, while I'm giving you this depth of details for you to understand that even what you are pursuing now, other people are thinking about the profit they can harvest from your own effort while you are working selflessly. I'm speaking like someone who is at the verge of retirement, because that is exactly what I want to do. At least from the time we've reduced our effort on those assignments. I've had opportunity and gotten good contracts because I diverted my attention to using the same goodwill, the same contacts I have, to get contracts that will put food on the table for my family. Because sometimes I struggle to put food on the table. Because if you are going to pursue contract, they are phoning you to attend a meeting on behalf of your community. This IPP we're talking about, I still remember the meeting we attended, after which they agreed that they were going to award it out as a contract. Let me remind everybody that at that meeting, to show the passion, I attended that meeting with Osai and Osai Udom. And the moment the general manager of NNPC came into that meeting to represent NNPC, because actually NNPC that owns AGIP IPP. It's not AGIP that owns it, it's NNPC. They have majority shares. So they were represented by their GM power unit, engineer Ndokwa. He has retired now. The moment that engineer came into the meeting, I jumped over a glass table in the office of the AIG at 4 CID, jumped over the table and grabbed him on his shirt, and I assaulted him physically. I delayed the meeting for almost 40 minutes. I refused to leave his tie. I heard him because I said he was the one holding the progress of my people. And he went and wrote a report. Thank God the SA security at the NNPC is my friend, the Hausa man. He went and wrote a report there that if the leader of the community, the delegation, can embarrass him like that and assault him in the presence of the AIG or DIG, it means they can blow up the entire IPP. And that contributed so much for them to eventually award this contract that was wrongly awarded. And take note that day that I heard this man's shirt, I was dragging him. The same outside that's like that works like a wrestler. He was shaking, was afraid, no boldness. I felt ashamed. No boldness, all this grand. He was afraid. Please, I said, for what? If you don't take the bull by the horn, we'll continue dragging and Ndokwa's case should be pending. Having said that, that is the position. Right now, everything is at a standstill. They want to sort out the issue of that BPP or no BPP. And we have a solution to it. But will we have the time, the energy to continue at that rate? There are some things we should leave for the incoming House of Rep member. It's not to go and claim you have been elected. Let him come and show us his capacity in Abuja. Let it be one of the key assignments that he will take, not to wear shirt and trouser and put a starch and come to show them you have the latest dress and then come and be manipulating people when you attend meetings in Kwale and all that. This is not the time for posing and having bodyguards and all that to show you are now a member of the House of Rep. You are earning 30 million, 30-something million every month. This is the time for him to prove that he was prepared for the job and all that. Okay? So I can't be working and someone else is receiving salary on my work. Let him come and do the work he was elected for. Now we go to the road.
Yeah.
The road, a lot of job was done. I'm sorry, I'm not praising Ike. I'm simply making a report. I'm not praising Ben Ulise. I'm simply making a report. I'm not praising Ezenwa Nwa Konobi. I'm simply making a report as it is, or Sayudom. I'm not praising them, but they contributed immensely for that road project to come. We are tired. I realized that that road project was previously put to be awarded by the state government previously. But it is us that did ourselves. The then Speaker of the State Assembly, who happens to be our son from Abo, Imegu, preferred to convert the money for a bridge, the other bridge, one of the bridges across the same river, going to Abo and all that. And we suffered it. However, that one is past tense. The present tense is we have written, it was acknowledged. We followed it up to the point it got to Mr. President's table, just as also those who work for the university, FOATA, it's also on Mr. President's table equally for his assent. Unfortunately, both FOATA and this route, at this point, the government is, this present leadership is winding down. We continued, we even got the NNPC chairman, Mrs. Okadigbo, to see what she can do as a follow-up, but all they were saying is, let them finish election. They finish election, let them finish inauguration. Finish inauguration means a new regime will come in. So that is where we're again stuck. So what do? Good for me. In Abuja, I don't play that I am PDP or I am APC or I am Labour Party. It's very dangerous to do that because if you restrict yourself to one party, it means you have cut yourself off from your friends in the other party. I never can know which of them will be helpful to you. Today, if it's APC that is eventually sworn in and continues without removing Tinubu, we are very strongly connected at the very top with APC. Today, if you say Labour Party is coming there, we are also very strongly connected to the very top, to Obi himself in Labour Party. Why is it so? Our political party is Ndokwa. Our religion is Ndokwa, Okwani, not APC. All those ones are vehicles, like you enter a vehicle going to Lagos from a motor park. But if you decide you are traveling to Sokoto, you won't need the Lagos vehicle. You go to Sokoto Park. But it's the same you. That is how we're operating in Abuja. So whichever party is going to continue, we're also there to make sure that from day one, we start running with this road project. 3, people were surprised when we were quick to congratulate Loretta Onoche, that is our NGO. Yeah, NNU don't understand the politics of the Ndokwa politics. They only understand the partisan politics. We congratulated Onoche, put it in the newspaper and all that. We had a reason, because we also know that through NDDC, we can also work on that road. Even if it's not as NDDC project, but through Loretta's connection, whatever connection that could make a woman to get the chairmanship of NDDC that 10 men could not get, it means she's viable for us. And we want results. Someone who is drowning does not care who is going to help to pull him out from the deep sea. Any hand will do. So that is why we congratulated Loretta for that strategic reason that she can be very useful to us. And we have maintained our relationship with Tinubu's angle directly through the daughter and through the son. We have maintained our relationship with Loretta directly, and we have also maintained our relationship with the Obi group, his representatives also in Abuja, all of them, AZK and all that, who is like his number 2 and all that. So we have put ourselves in a strategic position because nobody is God. Like the Muslims, they say, all power belongs to Allah. It can be as if it's Tinubu. God says it's not you. Last second, even after inauguration, one thing comes up and all that. Another one enters. So if you are all 100% Tinubu and the other person enters, you have lost out. So we are with everyone as far as Ndokwa is concerned. Having said this now, I have to make a little statement on Fuata. Recently, I went for a meeting. I won't mention the name of the person. I went for a very top meeting. Actually, the person invited me. If some foreign investors were coming to him, and he said, oh, called me himself, an elderly person, almost 80 years, and said, come to my house, please. I want you to be part of the meeting because you are a useful hand. I said, God, I thank you. I went for the meeting. The wife of the person is well known to Ike, but I don't want to mention his name. While we were at the meeting, to my shock, the Minister for Education himself called this man to announce to him that he has just put his name to be a pro-chancellor of one of these universities. I won't mention the university. They will announce it in the next 1 week or 2. So I allowed him finish. You know, my brain, anything, I'm always looking for any opportunity to sleep in Ndokwa. When they finish the meeting, we'll finish with the Chinese people and the Turkish people that came and all that. I remained in his office, in his private office at his house. And then when all of them left, only me and I said, General, my friend, I have a problem. He said, what problem can I have that he would not solve? I said, yes, sir, this one you solve. He said, because every assignment he has given me, I have solved it for him. I said, where your wife comes from, there's a university to come to the place, but time is going. We don't care whether who started it is Osai, or who started it is Omo Agege, or who started it is Rodney, or Sayudong. We're not interested. What we're interested is what? In the finishing. If the minister, not Minister of State, the minister himself can call you, begging you and saying that he even wants to come to your house in person to collect your CV, that shows how he regards you. Please, sir, can you help us speak to the minister so that he could speak to Mr. President for him to grant assent to this letter? And to my shock, he said, for you, I can do anything. But now I told him, I said, sir, don't do anything until your own appointment don't come first. So it won't look like you're asking too much when your own appointment that he called you for has not come. But you see, because it is now 1 month to go. As a Thursday, Friday, I called Dr. Ezenwa Nwakunobi, along with Osayudom. We have been able to prepare a draft of the letter for the general to put on his letterhead and send to the minister. We can't wait again since there's a little delay in announcing his own appointment as pro-chancellor of one of the universities. We can't continue waiting and Buhari will leave. So by Tuesday, Wednesday, the letter will be printed out and I will personally go to deliver it to the minister so that with that, at least the minister is one of the closest friends. Forget that he's a minister. He's a long-standing friend of the president, the Minister for Education. So it's one of the most influential people in his cabinet. So he can speak to him informally about this one. Especially the fact that his wife comes from the same place. So that is the position. So he has agreed to do that. He has agreed to do that, and we pray with that we'll succeed. We pray with that we will succeed at what we want to do. So that is the position. So I've touched on the power, I've touched on the university, and I've touched on the road. I think I've spoken even more than I am supposed to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eunice, please go ahead.
Oh, actually, thank you so much. That was, you are one-man crew for real. Thank you for all you do. We pray that the Lord will continue to strengthen you. So even if you're retired, the Ndokwa matter is still very critical. We do appreciate all that you have done so far. Thank you so much. Thank you. So,
just one quick one, Rodney. I know retirement, but retirement these days is around 70. So please have everything.
75.
Okay, please go ahead.
All righty. So, I think we can go straight to the next item. Time is not on our side anymore. So we're a little bit stressed for time. And I don't know, Professor Ojie Chukwuemeka is still in the house. We're supposed to be talking to us about power generation from the oil firms that are operating in Ndokwa land. Is he here?
I think if Innocent didn't be there, you can take it.
Oh, Mr. Nubiji?
Yeah, he's there. You can take it quickly. So you can round up.
Okay, Mr. Nubiji, are you there? I don't see him too. I don't think it's there too. I don't think it's there. All right, so can we just move on to the other one?
I can chip in 1 minute.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, the NNU initiative about power is that they're intending to set up a committee, empower a committee that will approach the oil companies in Ndokwa land. So instead of giving the CSR to our big men and so on and some notice and all that to share, we decided to get them to make half it and apply same. Since they operate their businesses with a gas turbine, we are saying, okay, please use half of your CSR, that's corporate social responsibility funds, use half of it, come together as a consortium of oil companies operating in local land and provide us at least 20 megawatts of gas turbine power. So that is what is going to be in the offering. They would be, the team had been assembled. We worked, a few of us worked on that team, and NNU will soon announce the body. Okay, they will go about that to ensure that we have at least 20 megawatts from these oil companies. So that is information that Ojione, the Secretary General of NNU, or Dr. Nubije would have given us. That is it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ifosai. Yeah, if you ask me, I think those oil producing companies are actually taking Ndokwa land for granted. And I know they do more. Oil companies in other places do more. These people are not doing anything for us. So it's about time we hold them to ransom and let them do something. So I know that it's okay, Uncle Struggle. You said you wanted to say something. I'm so sorry. Can you go ahead, please?
Oh, sorry. I think I probably almost forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, it's going to make a comment about the participation of our grassroots in elections, or when they do, they go to sell their votes. Some of these problems are with the people who want to participate in politics. You cannot wait until the day of the match to go and tell a coach that, I can play, can you put me in this game? They don't see our politicians day in, day out, month after month. Then the day of election, you come to say, well, we want to, please cast your vote for me. I encourage any person that wants to run for election, especially at the local level. You're already at the local level. You're not living in Lagos. You're not living in the US. They see you from day one. Just go around your communities, do in each local government area, and see what you can do. We're not saying go and invest money in power supply or whatever. If you want to cooperate with associations like Ndokwa in America or any other association to do one thing, so that your community will see that this person is interested in our affairs. He cares for us, she cares for us. And then it's time for you to go run for election, when you go over there, you are a known quantity other than what you were before, that this person is actually interested in our welfare, and then they will vote for you. But don't wait until that last day, and then you start saying they're selling their vote for $1,000, 1,000 naira or 500 naira. It's not gonna work. That's all I have to say on that part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charity begins from home, right? We should do the right thing. Start from the grassroots. Option A4. I think that's what it was. Time is not on our side. We're going to run straight ahead to the next one. I don't know if Barrister Joshua Onyema is in the house. Barrister Joshua Onyema Iwe. I don't think he's here. If he's not here, we're going to move right along to the very next one. So we're going to go straight to the issue of growing insecurity across the local land. Even if those that are supposed to address us are not here, I think that one or two of us should be able to say something on that ground. But we were supposed to be addressed by Rear Admiral Dixon Olisemenogo, retired. I don't know if he's here. Mr. Osai, do you see him?
No, I think left.
Captain Jack or G2.
Captain Jack is here, yes.
Captain Jack, if you're here. Okay, go ahead, sir. You got the floor. Is he muted?
Is Captain Jack Ogier with us?
And then he's dropped too. He's dropped.
Oh, he has dropped out?
He dropped off. I don't see him. Okay. Alrighty, not a problem. So we're gonna go right to the next item, which was supposed to be an address from Dr. G.O.C. Amuchi on the census of the upcoming population census. So due to situation beyond his control, he's unable to join us. So I'm just gonna quickly read something that he sent over here. This is coming from Dr. G.O.C. Amuchi. He says, greetings to all our great people of Old Abo Division. It is obvious that we have so many reasons to step up our coordination, networking, and rapid response to the political and leadership issues that confront our people and land on a daily basis. In summary, we urgently need to do these few things. Number one, step up and sustain regular contact with our people at home and in diaspora for regular updates and action. Number two, deliberate on ways and strategies to urgently close up the gap that now exists between us and our neighboring divisions of old. Number three, to quickly set up standing committees to continue to respond to political decisions of government at all levels that relate to our growth and development. And number 4, current records no longer show Ndokwa as populated next to robots as we think. In other words, we have shrunk. So upcoming census activities must therefore be taken very seriously. Total and comprehensive awareness campaign at all levels will be urgently considered and commenced. Blessings again, and he said he will join us if he feels better. So that's coming from GOC Amuche, and he's talking about this upcoming census. So I will, we can give him to 2 or so, maybe 2 people to comment on that. And I see a couple of hands up. I don't know if they were old hands or new hands, but I do see Evans. Agagaraga, you have just 1 minute. We don't have time anymore. Thank you.
I think Prof. Okecha was going to say something as well.
He's not here too.
Oh, he's not here today. Okay.
No, he couldn't join.
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say something about the local government suspension earlier, but since we are now on security, which also ties down together, because the local government chairpersons are very pivotal to the development of the local government. I even made a comment on the comment section to say, can we not write to the state governor or the state house of assembly to let them know that we, the Ndokwa people, are not happy at what is going on at the local government level, where 2 of our local government chairmen have been suspended without reasonable or reason other than anti-party politics. If they did anything anti-party, is within the party to deal with and not suspend elected chairmen, elected by the people. Of course, yes, it's under their platform of their party, but that does not give them the right to suspend them from doing the work they've been elected to do by the people. It's a people government, not the PDP government. That is one thing they have to know, even though the person in there happens to be on their platform. If they want to discipline them, they should do it within the confines of their party, and it should not affect the effective running of the local government. So that aside, on the issue of security, I think I could have waited. People should have taken it seriously, because this is a very big issue affecting our people back home. It is serious. Just recently, some people were kidnapped and some of them were killed. It's an ongoing issue now, and we need to take it more seriously. This is where the local governments have to work alongside the let me just say the police, the vigilantes, and then we need to encourage them and empower them more to secure our land, because if we leave it to the hands of the police, they won't do anything and we'll be losing. And before we know it, our people and our land will be overtaken by criminal elements, kidnapping our people as if they are just, rabbits in the bush they can just catch and then, ask or dogs or goats and tell the owners to bring money to build them. It's gotten to that state where you cannot even walk out of your house, go to the next street or next town to buy things, and then you come back safe to your house. It's gotten to that level where we have to have a security system, a local security system in place to day and night, to secure our roads, our communities, and all our neighborhoods.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we do need to, issue of security is a very serious issue that we need to really look at critically if we had enough time. But I hear you that we need to empower our vigilante groups to give them empower them to be able to do better. All right, we heard you. I'm going to call on.
Let me just add something. What I hear is that we should, as a part of an outcome of this meeting, the suggestion is to charge our local government chairpersons to come up with a credible plan of action or program to improve security. That's what I hear, that we should take a message, even though we didn't have the experts, at least we can begin to say that. Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, just to add, that was why I said the local government chairmanship being suspended is a shot in the foot, because now we're being disabled in that aspect, because the local government chairmen are very pivotal in the security of the local government. Now taking them out by the way of suspension has kind of weakened us in that aspect. So we need them to be reinstated urgently. Whatever mistake they must have made based on election, not electing their candidate or supporting the people they presented as a party, should not be the problem of Ndokwa people. Our problem is that we have a leader in place to take care of the administration of the local government.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Felix Ojuneku, can you go ahead? 1 minute, please. Let's stick to time.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Firstly, on the issue of insecurity, I will suggest the need to improve on vigilante. They seem to be the best option we have, right? The former security apparatus seem not to be yielding the result. So let's explore all the communities within Ndokwa land can collaborate. Just as they have a Moteku in the Yoruba land. Yes, it may not be perfect, but they have to start from somewhere. The earlier the 3 local government chairmen, whenever the issue is resolved, we need to have a collective Ndokwa security approach, vigilante to be precise. Secondly, on the issue of the suspension, the best option is for them to, if they have a kind of concern group that can organize a press conference, I think that would be good because Ndokwa Neku cannot lead that. They are not expected to be partisan over any issue. They can only assist behind the scene. So the affected local government chairmen they know they are politicians, they know how they go about this type of issue. Mobilize people to organize a press conference, or they should mobilize people into the street. These are some of the easiest things they can do. Then the key thing I want to also suggest is the federal rep we have now. Please, I don't know how we can beg him. He shouldn't go to Abuja to go and form political mastery, to go and be pushing bills upon bills. He should go to Abuja and carry Ndokwa matter on his head. We don't want him to pass the highest bills without a single project in Ndokwa land. During the era of the Kwale saga, many people made a personal effort to reach your side. If we bounce your call time without number, there are some information individuals have that you with power don't even have it. You're only with power. There are people that are more connected than you that is in that seat. Please, we should beg him. He shouldn't go to that place and go and claim PDP loyalty. PDP loyalty is not what he's going there for. He's going for Ndokwa loyalty. Omagege moved from LP to APC and he got what he got for his people in less than 8 years. And we're all envious of what these guys are doing. He should liaise PDP, APC, anywhere the food will come to us, let him go and bring it. Otherwise, it's not going to be funny in the next dispensation by the grace of God. So let's tell him, it's not a PDP representation. It is in Ndokwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Representation. Anyhow you want to see the president.
All right, you done? Somebody muted. Okay, so thank you very much. We heard what you said. I think it's also very important for us to make the phone numbers of these people public to the Ndokwa people so that they can be calling them and bombarding them with calls. That's what we do here. They say, call your congressperson, call your senator. Everybody start calling them on a particular issue, they're forced to act. So that's what we need to do, make their numbers available so that people can call them. Even if they don't pick, they will see the missed calls. Before we move forward, I was hoping that there will be some contributions concerning the population census. What can we do to make sure that this time around, it is done properly in the Ndokwa land? We're talking about population census. It's very important. They said politics is a game of number. So your representation goes according to the number of people that they have on book that are in your vicinity. So what can we do to make sure that this census, we do better than we did the last time? I'm calling on 1 minute, Ogbefi Chief Onyemike.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Just a quick one. On census, I want to advise something somebody told me. that it would be good that we mobilize our people, real people, and while filling the forms, we must state Ukwane language, Ndokwa language, Ukwane language. That will make us prominent in the system. Then secondly, of course, we used to be the second largest ethnic nationality in Delta State. But along the line, something happened. The politicians, when Ibori was governor, he influenced that of Urobos during voters registration. Okowa did that of a car, but in the Ndokwa nation, we didn't do anything. So that took us backward. But thank God for Beavers. If you watch the last election, I think we're catching up because what we did in the Ndokwa nation was real registration. There was very little inflation. While the robots were inflating, the cars were inflating, Ndokwa people were just going to do our real registration. In Nabi, for instance, where Chief Okolocha, the likes of my late father, and Adolfo Soputed, they mobilized real people. So while Urobo were bringing and the judges were bringing 20-something thousand votes, in Nabi, we're only able to bring about 7,000 or 8,000 votes. Last election, we're bringing the same figure. But those people that used to bring 20-something thousand are now bringing 6,000. So let's mobilize our real people. No fictitious registration. Do real registration because something like Beavers will happen. Tomorrow they might say, let's use NIN or BVN. That will bring out the real numbers. Ndokwa will definitely come back to our position as second ethnic nationality. But in doing that, we must feel Okwane language because that will make us prominent. By the time they go to their database, they will see Okwane all over the place. So I'm calling on all of us to please remind our people that even if you cannot speak, try as much as possible to put it there that you are an Okwane person. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. We are 20 minutes above our time that we're supposed to spend here. So I'm just going to, and I see your hands, so we're going to get to you, but I want us to touch the last topic, the last speaker that we have for tonight, and it's Mr. Okusogu talking about identity crisis in Ndokwa land. Because I see we're already diving into that little by little. Okay, are you ready? Mr. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't even know how to begin this. We all have heard or have seen through our various forums the issue of the Ndokwa, Ndo-Simile, Okwane identity crisis. The issue confronting our people, especially the Okwane people, is that we don't know what Ndokwa stands for. Is Ndokwa supposed to be a replacement name for Okwane as an ethnic group or as the name of the language? And for Ndo-Simile, what does Ndokwa mean? We've seen where people have used, they will say Ndokwa nation, Ndokwa ethnic group, Ndokwa ethnicity, and for the typical Okwane person, it doesn't make sense. And we've been running away from this issue for forever. You know, we discuss it, you know, people get angry and we go our separate ways and it comes back. But we're going to make sure that this time we have we have the Language Development Group Subcommittee, we have the Social Cultural Group, the Traditional Institutions, and Ndokwa Elders Councils. Those are 4 subcommittees that can handle this issue so that we want to define once and for all, what is that Ndokwa means for us as a group, for uniting Ndo-Simile people and Okwane people. Is Ndokwa supposed to be an administrative acronym, which means if someone is referring to Okwane and Ndo-Simile people, they simply say Okwane and Ndo-Simile people and not say, well, Ndokwa ethnic group, because that doesn't exist. What is it when the I'll say our fathers who coined the name Ndokwa, what did they have in mind? Did they have in mind that it's supposed to supplant what Indosibly knows as their identity, or what the Kwani person knows as their identity, and all of a sudden will become this new thing called Ndokwa ethnic group, Ndokwa language? What is it? And if we agree that Ndokwa, we might use the Ndokwa, but it's going to be an administrative nomenclature, then we also have to decide what is the correct usage for that word Ndokwa to describe us. And we're going to now hand over this issue to our various committees, that they must work on it. They must come up, even if it means assembling elders from both Ndosimili and Okwani to have a tete-a-tete talk or discussion on what this means for us, so that we will have this hashtag once and for all, so we won't have to keep arguing about this anymore. For me as an Okwani person, because I won't say I'm not a dispassionate or disinterested party here. So for full disclosure, I would say I'm an Okwani person. I have no problem with Ndokwa as an acronym, as an administrative unit. This is just speaking for me, and having spoken to a lot of them. So, but what is it that is discussing this anger, this visceral anger about this Ndokwa issue? And I come up with the position and say, look, I accept Ndokwa as an administrative nomenclature. That is, if we want to, for doing something jointly, Ndokwa as an administrative nomenclature. But when it comes to saying, well, Ndokwa is a replacement for Okwani, or is a replacement for the Okwani language, that's why I draw the line, because it's not going to be possible. I'm telling you everyone the truth. It's not going to be possible for you to tell the Okwani person that forget about your name, forget about your identity, we're giving you a new identity now. It's still the same thing applies for the above person, the Indo-Simile person. They're not going to give up the Indo-Simile identity, or above person is going to give up that, or the honorable or any other person say, well, yeah, we're going to give this up. So we must define what that means, what Ndokwa means for everybody. That is the biggest issue. That is where we are having this issue about Ndokwa and the Okwani and Indo-Simile. What does Ndokwa mean, and how do we use that name? Ishegwari.
Thank you so much. This is a very sensitive topic, and tensions have been running high on all the platforms.
Yeah.
We're just trying to put it down.
Can I come in here?
It doesn't explode. Thank you for what you said. You want to say something, right?
Dennis Osanwuta.
Yes.
Okay.
Please keep your comments to 1 or 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Should I go ahead?
Go ahead, please.
Is somebody else that's speaking?
Okay.
Who is speaking? Is
Yeah.
You are using 2 devices? Okay.
Which kind of speaking?
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Can I?
Please go ahead. Go ahead. Kaine, go ahead.
Hello? Can I go ahead? Yeah.
Yeah, you already speaking.
Yeah, like Mr. Kusango just said, that issue is referred to the Sociocultural Committee, and that is a committee that I'm a member of, and I'm supposed to be the chairman of that committee. I've already sent a message as the discussions are going on that this matter requires us having a roundtable engagement where leaders, community or clan leaders across the 3 LGAs will come
to discuss. And in that meeting, we also have our political leaders. Our opinion leaders will also be there so that we discuss this issue and resolve once and for all. It is the foundation that we are going to build upon to come up with something that will be enduring in Ndokwa Nation. If you remember, when we were in our board division, for instance, Ndokwa progressed. Ndokwa was even ahead of Eka until the time they were to give us more local governments. I remember at that time we were to have about 6 local governments from our board division. And our brothers then came together and felt that, oh, it was not
network.
Yeah.
For brothers to my board division to local government. Problem started. That was where our problem started, changing our local government from our board division to Ndokwa Nation, when we were even supposed to have 6 local government areas as at that time. And Ndokwa as a name is also derogatory, because if you go to places, you hear that Ndokwa is the land of the dead, the land where the dead will go and rest. So since we gave ourselves that name, we have not moved forward. And the earlier we dismantle it, the better for all of us. And if we are going to take another name, fine. But Ndokwa cannot be a replacement for Okwane. And in the first place, I was president of Ndokwa, our students' union in Ibadan when I was there. And we had our people from Undone, Onwabo, Abo, everywhere as members of that union. If you ask everybody that ever schooled before now to mention his tribe, he will tell you that Okwane is the tribe. When you fill your form, any form you fill, Okwane. That in the 70s, anyone also met with some of our people and they changed the name of our board division to Ndokwa local government, does not mean that Ndokwa has become an ethnic nationality. Ndokwa is not an ethnic nationality. Ndokwa is not a language. Ndokwa is just an acronym bringing Ndo-Sumile and Okwane together. And of course, it was even wrong to even say Ndo-Sumile and the Okwane coming together, because it is still one Okwane. And Ndokwa East, Abo is a language. In River State here, they say Abon and Donin. It is a dialect of Okwane. Osisa is a dialect of Okwane. Otagban Onitsha is a dialect of Okwane. Eziopo and that is the Akashada group, is a dialect of Okwane. So when we now start thinking that Okwane is just for a different set of people, it is wrong, because we are all Okwane, but we have different dialects within Okwane from the various groups. However, it is very necessary that we get all our leaders to come for a roundtable discussion. There we will X-ray all these things and come up with a position that will be acceptable by all, stamp and circulate, so that we put rest to this issue once and for all. So I think the best thing is from the sociocultural committee, we come up with a template and we organize the funds that will enable us to get our people together. We discuss and resolve this issue. So that is my take on that for now. Thank you.
Yep. Who else? Mr. Osamuta, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wow.
1 or 2 minutes,
now,
please. Thank you, my brother.
Yes, I probably may even take 1. The thing is, I wanted to speak during the energy discussion on the energy. I was like, the committee, can they approach these oil companies flaring gas here and there? Say, look, this gas you are flaring every day, can you containerize it and give to our people to use? Because it is also, an assistance to them. I mean, guns are being fled. People go to the bush to cut trees. Now, I believe more than half the trees we have in Ndokwa land is gone for firewood. So why not they pipe it, put it in containers, and then give to citizenries to use? That is just my own, if it is possible, for the committee that will be discussing with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Under the auspices of the petroleum, there's a new Petroleum Industry Act that defines more clearly the interaction between operators and host communities. So I wish that lawyers were here, but those are the considerations. Government has tried to stipulate their responsibilities and the scope of involvement and the governance structure, for operating companies dealing with host communities. Your point is good. I'm sure it'll be captured and used by the committee. Next guy, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Sanguta. So we're back to the identity discussion. Sonny Neme is next. Please, 1 or 2 minutes, Sonny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Buddha. I want to climb on the back of Okusogo's presentation with regards to the census, and as well as the speaker, one that spoke before the last speaker, regards to the vision of the 3 days roundtable discussion with stakeholders. That will be these are ample opportunities for us to sell the idea of getting our people the awareness thing we're talking about in regards to the census issue. And thereafter, we embark again on massive media. I mean, media, I'm not going to talk about newspaper and radio. Tank criers, we'll go down to clan by clan. I want to see a situation where this movement comes down to clan level. So that whatever message they have, we will go down to the people. The more you get the people, it becomes their projects, because we will hang it up there and we don't come down to grassroots.
Sonny, you're done?
After this grammar, it ends here. So try as much as possible to give it the highest media attention we can ever must.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sonny. You're fading out most of the time.
Okay.
We can't hear you anymore. Thanks a million. Thanks for your input. Yes. Mr. Mani Odufu, please go ahead. 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Very clearly. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to touch on the issue of the census and our identity. There was a posting on 2 groups that I belong to. I saw it twice. Some people group in those claiming they are not, they don't speak Ukwane language or something like that. And I posted something, that's why it's a concern. Are we working together or are we separate? And I was surprised to the response that came out of it. I'm talking alongside what Okusogu mentioned. We have an issue here. An issue need to be tackled as soon as possible. From my understanding and from what I read about the creation of Ndokwa, from a writing that I believe emanated from, I think I saw it through Chife Nwas. The name Ndokwa is a conjunction of Indo-Sumeri and Ukwane. and that's how they coined the Ndokwa. Ndokwa is not, it's not like an ethnic or something like that. It's not a language. The language is Okwane. Okay. Now, what I see as a problem, we have Ndokwa East, we have Ndokwa West, and then they have another local government that is called Okwane. I think that's where the problem is. Okay, in Delta State, we have Delta East, Delta South, and Delta Central. All right, and if they want to have two Ndokwa, why not call the third one Ndokwa Central? And then the Okwane becomes a language, which is what it is, and that will solve that problem of identity, away Ndokwa or not Ndokwa. But however, in addition to that, we still have to know where the position of the Indo-Sumeri. They claiming that their language is not Okwane. They speak Abo. All right. So again, that's my little knowledge about that. But it seems that there are only two people in the Ndokwa, in Indo-Sumeri area that is bringing all this confusion, because from what people are writing. But as the yearning there cannot just be pushed aside. All right. I was glad to hear that there's a roundtable discussion that should be done. I think that needs to be done. Okay. We all should be speaking one voice. The census is very important. All right. But any division of our people is not going to be to the best interest of the Ndokwa people in general. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thanks a million, Mr. Odufu. I hope I called your name right. Next, Hobson Akpochowo. Bob Akpochowo, please, 1 or 2 minutes. Bob is dropped off, so I'll move on to the next. Dr. Felicia Ikolo.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
My question is about the issue of the language that we speak as Ndokwa people. I believe before we had the name Ndokwa, the people called Ndokwa, Ukuani, and Ndeoshimiri, they had a language that they spoke. It is from that language that the people spoke that they came up with those names. Those people in the upland, Ndeokwani, Ndeoshimiri. Which language did they speak as a people to come up to describe themselves as the people Ndeukwani and Ndeoshimiri? Which language did they speak to be able to recognize themselves as one people, but some of us are in the upland and some of us are along the river? Which language did they speak? That is my question. Should we now say that the language is Ndoshimiri, or should we say the language is Okwani? What should we call the language? What do our history books tell us before the name Ndokwa? A group of people describing themselves, Nde Uko Ane, Nde Oshimiri. What language? Thank you. That is my question.
Thank you, Dr. Ikolo. I'm sure your question will be answered by the time we wrap this up. I am certain. Next, Dr. Ogier.
Thank you, sir, once more. I will touch on the language issue because it's an historical issue, but then I'll first of all speak on the census because we are talking about numbers. And if the language barrier is going to be during the period of the census, it's going to affect our population as Okwani people. on Ndokwa people. That is one thing. Because if you have in that, it's going to be highly electronic. I'm involved in it. So I'm speaking from the point of knowledge. It's going to form a good database for the country. So if the people call in Ndokwa East now, bears, they say language, they say Ndoshumili. Then Okwani and Ndokwa will say Okwani. We're already divided and we lose that population. And of course, that is why the education is important for people to know that it's going to be used for planning. Then they also have to educate them that they have to be patient. Is plenty question in the questionnaire. There are plenty questions. So that aside, so the education should start now so that they know that it's very, very critical for us. Then about the language, I think this issue of where we came from is very, very rampant. I stay in the north. I live in Taraba State. I live in Jalingo. In Taraba State, there's one local government they call Karim Lamido. Every family in that local government has its particular language. In fact, almost every family has a language they speak. And they have a cloth they wear, so they identify them. And in South will come here and share on Hausa. If you come here, you don't say Hausa because they will tell you they are not Hausa people. We are Jonjo, we are Kuteb, we are Iche, we are Jukun, and they have cloth to that effect. So I think this question that is begging on our identity has to be answered. We have historians, we have our fathers. I believe it's an issue that should be tackled, and we should come up with a book on this, an historical book on this, because our children that are not even learning our language, why they married watching a talk less of thinking of the language they want to speak. Most of our parents don't even teach our language at home. So that issue has to be solved. And I believe that, like from the last speaker, we had a language before everything came. I believe Ndokwa is a political appellation. So I don't think it's just a way of describing a group of people. But our language remains Okwane. I did Okwane as a subject in secondary school in 1990. I wrote an exam on it. Now you can't even find out. Of course, it was of recent I learned, is NNU or so, or Ndokwa Foundation, is trying to bring back that language into our curriculum. Why did they remove it? So these are the issues we are going to solve. And I believe that, like I said, this platform and every other platform that we assist Ndokwa to achieve their aim, I think we are also ready to make a noble contribution in terms of research when it comes to that. Thank you very much for the second opportunity. I appreciate it.
Many thanks, many thanks. Let's, Chairman Joan, Governor, you have a contribution to make. Please go ahead. Joan, Governor, your hand is up. Are you still there? Okay, if there's also Felix, while we wait for Joan. Joan, are you? Okay, we take Felix. We take Felix Ojuneku, right? Did I call that right? Felix, please go ahead.
Okay. Once again, thank you for giving me another chance. Yeah, I'm touching on the issue of
spoken on this thing.
This on identification.
The identity, yeah.
Yes. So what I want to suggest is that we should handle this issue with some element of caution. As the chair lady earlier said, it's a very sensitive topic. Sometimes when I see it on Facebook, I become quite irritated because of the dynamics being pushed by some of the promoters. Yes, Ndokwa may sound like a political undertone. I think it is almost everywhere. It is almost everywhere. Yoruba is actually a political undertone itself. Absolutely. Within the Yoruba, there are so many subcultures.
Yeah.
Are you talking of the Oyos? I grew up in Ondo State, for instance. We have the Owas, we have the Muri people. Are you talking of the Akokos? These guys are unique, and they are unique in all honesty.
Yeah.
The Yoruba people we thought they have over 100 languages. There are some parts of Yoruba you will not even understand what they are talking. But they are all Yorubas. Geographically, politically. Go to the Hausas. Hausa is a political connotation in honesty. Within the Hausa, there are so many things. Now back to the Igbos. The Igbos, they will tell you they don't see themselves as Igbos. They are peoples. But they are all Igbo politically. I really don't see much about this matter. If I must submit, I want to submit 2 things. There's nothing wrong with the Ndokwa. There's nothing wrong with the Ukwane adoption. I will advocate Ukwane may be the language of the people of the Ndokwas. And that is the way I see it. I'm not an historian and I'm an academician in this field, so permit my deficiency. We cannot have 100% political correctness over so many issues, especially at this stage. But in my own honest opinion, Ndokwa is a geographical identity encompassing the people within this territory, Ndokwa Ukwane domain. But the language of the people, irrespective of the tonation, is of the Ukwane. So if we can give these 2 caveats, it may be quite accommodating. But if we make it imposing that no, we should discard yours, I will take mine, I think it's not going to, we're not going to go anywhere. Just the way we are not having some headway with the online or the ongoing debates. So that's my own view. I think the chairman earlier said, Mr. Okusogu, the issue is a round the table discussion where stakeholders should address it. If you leave it to this Gen Z generation for discussion, I assure you no result will come out of it. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Joan still with us? Otherwise, I'll make my little contribution. Thanks a lot. Permit me to say a few words on this thing. I'm from Ndoshimiri. I'm from Onya in Ndoshimiri. And I think I know a bit about the history in very broad terms of the area called Ndokwa today. Before the white man came, Abo was a very powerful city-state, so to speak. Abo, A-B-O-H. The king of Abo, the Obi of Abo, was so powerful that he was, his influence went as far as Ida in the north, to Roboland in the west, it would seem, deep into Igboland and down into Ijo, so it was quite powerful. And even before Nigeria was formed, if you looked at the maps by the Portuguese, which I have access to and so on, you'll see EBOE country across the Niger. That's how far the influence of this king was. And when divisions were being formed, it's no surprise that Abo division, was created on account of the Abo kingdom. And when that happened, from what I have read from my research, it was the Obi of Abo that gave those 2 names for the 2 districts, the Obi of Abo, and who picked Obetim, right, as a convenient place to have the capital of Abo division. And so the 2 sides of Abo division were the upland side and the the riverine side. And the names are very, very descriptive. Let me just roll back a bit. I think it's a very simple matter we're dealing with. If we deal as brothers and sisters with all honesty, and without a sense of triumphalism, and we also realize that our names were not given by God. That is to say, it wasn't from the start of time. If you go and check the history books, Ndokwa wasn't there 50 years ago. Ukwani was never mentioned 120 years ago. These are very new things. Ebo, which is what we say we speak in the Indo-Shimili side, E-B-O-H, might not have been there. In the old times, everybody identified themselves by their town. If you asked an Abi man, you say it's Abi. If you asked an Onya man, you say it's Onya. So these things evolve. They all evolved. So there is nothing sacrosanct about these names. When I hear us, hold on so tight and say, I'll die if you don't call me this. These are names that were coined by, by people who were social engineering. Like the last speaker said, Yoruba, right? Yoruba is actually something that comes from Hausa Fulani, if you go check proper. But it was convenient. There are your people, there are Ijebu people, there are Agoin people, all kinds who don't understand each other. Even Igbo that you talked about, Igbo, they're different people, right? The Enugu man, says the Abriba man in the past, but they've all come together. Now, what's the origin of Ndokwa? When the truth is, people in Abo division felt that the influence of Abo was too strong. And in a sense, people were looking for self-determination. So for a long time, different aspects, especially, Ukwanis were not comfortable, being called people from, Abo. And quite rightly, the Okwani, the Ndo-Shimili people who speak Abo, Ukwani people, obviously, the name tells the story. You cannot, it's for the Ndo-Shimili man, I speak, it's an insult to call, it's an affront to call an Ndo-Shimili man a waterman and Ukwani person. It's not, it's not right. The name tells you what it is, right? So they came together, and somewhere in the 70s, I think, when they were trying to create divisions, because some people were not comfortable with their Abo name across the board, our elders, Inuwosu and, a number of the old man from Ase, they came together and thought they could come up with an acronym that would be acceptable to both sides of the old Abo division. And they took Ndo-Shimili, NDO, and Ndokwa, they pieced it together, One would have thought that that would be satisfactory as a way to identify ourselves as one large people with two slightly different dialects. There's nothing wrong with having dialects in a language or in a tribe, just like the Yorubas or the Igbos or anybody else, Urobos, what do you call them? The guys from around Efrun, for example, we call them Urobos, but other Urobos don't understand their language. The Okbe guy speaks a slightly different dialect from the guy from Ugeli, but they're all Urobo. So when we say we do not want the Ndokwa name, which is supposed to be uniting us, that's not so bad if some people can't identify with it. But the bad part of it is now trying to impose your side of Ndokwa on everybody. It looks disingenuous to me. It's like the Ndo-Shimili man who speaks Ebo says, so we don't like Ndokwa, and all of Ndokwa is Ebo speaking. It's disingenuous to my mind. And it's very simple if we want to be honest with ourselves. There is no place in I hear people, talk about 1990. We can go back to the early 60s. I can go back to the early 60s, and I have read enough into the 40s, the 30s, and the 20s, and even before that, even the 1800s. I've read everything about it. Now, if we do not want to be identified as one Ndokwa, or we are holding very tightly, very closely to our dialect, that is almost acceptable. But to hold on to my dialect and try to impose my dialect on other people is very, very unhelpful in our attempt at building a unified group of people who have a lot of commonalities. I hear people say, yes, there was Okwani district and Indoshinu district, and so everybody spoke Okwani. I don't understand that logic. I'm an engineer. I deal in logic. If there was Indoshinu and there was Okwani, how does that then translate into Okwani for everybody? It doesn't make sense, except we're just not being, we're not dealing in brotherly love. There is no way you can have two parts that come together and
Can I observe you, sir?
Automatically, right? And go, transform into one. So I'm putting this on the table as my little input, as a background, so that this thing needs to be discussed properly. Like everybody has said, call a committee together that represents the people, and then we deal in love and honesty and say what the truth is and what we should be doing. I personally do not see anything wrong with, if we want to be one large happy family, take something that represents both parts of the old Abo division and use it as a large identifier. Even inside of that identifier, there are subgroups, as the last speaker just said, right? They're usually subgroups, they're dialects, even in a language, because anyway, I leave it there, but that's what I want to put out. I hear people say things and then jump to conclusions that don't quite come together, in my view. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Can I just chip in one or two things here?
You had your say before.
Yes.
I have not had my say. I have my hands up all along.
Who's this, please?
It's me, Evan.
Oh, Evan, yeah, please, Evan.
Hello. After Evans, Mr. Chairman, can I also come in, please? Give you the
one.
After Evans, please.
Yes,
this issue has been on the headlines for a long time, almost all Ndokwa groups online. And just like Mr. Onyenokwe, I think if I'm correct, Onyenokwe just said.
Onyenokwe is my name.
The language at that time, most of the time, and the person before you, I think there's a lady that spoke before you, she asked what was the language. Yeah, I think the language, like you said, most people spoke their language, but there was not that unifying factor or unifying language. Just like everybody speaks their own dialects in their own villages and towns. But Ebo, like you rightly said, that was the original word. I think Ebo is much more modern modernization or anglicized form of it. The actual is Ebo. And from history, I understand that my own family history says that Ogweji, which was from Abo himself, migrated during the wars with the Beninese. They migrated. They moved the kingship down to Mwebu first, and then from there they moved down to Abo for safety, and then they came back. Most of the warriors came back. Ogweji was one of them. Ugbo was one of them. And some other ones. They formed some hamlets as they go and along those areas. And it's a town. It's a town called Ebo, actually. in the middle of between Obetim and then if you go towards Orogun, there's another town, Abo. Even in Orogun itself, they speak Okwani, which is Abo. They call it Abo, but it's actually Okwani. So I'm just, these are just the preambles too.
You're twisting.
They call it Orogu. They speak Orogu, not Ebo.
It's
But
Ebo,
no,
not
originally, I'm
Okwani.
telling you, it's Ebo. Originally, that is a language.
That's
They
what
call
it is.
Ebo.
That's what it is.
Because I am telling you from my family history, my family members were people who formed, who came all the way and formed those places. My great granddad told my granddad told his stories.
Yes.
You know, and up to Abraka, Ogwezi was the one that took all the way to Abraka, married into the Urobo area to form up to along the Abraka area. We have an Ogwezi quarter. Ogwezi, if you go back to Abo town, you see
Ogwezi.
Ogbuku Ogwezi, Ogwezi. And in Obiaroko, you have Ogbuku inhabited by Umogwezi. So it's a kind of a beginning from the other end to this end. So why I'm saying this is because over the years, the Ebo was the language.
Yes.
Then it became Okwani, which was probably spoken. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
I think,
wait,
gentlemen,
I'm going somewhere.
Gentlemen,
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. It's not. Let me just land, please.
Let us give let's give Evan 1 minute to wrap up.
Yeah, okay. Let me just summarize. What I'm saying is that the point I'm trying to make is the fact that there's been some changes over the years. If you look at along the Obiaraku up to Umutu axis, you have people, they term themselves as Ndekbemili. Then even the Ndokwa itself was a coinage which goes Ndoni in the Ndosumili and Ndokwani. So it's a broader term that encompasses all the people who speak similar language. What this question of this similar language you speak is the issue we are at now. So if we say Ndokwa is not a language, it's a people that speaks a similar language, which should we call it Ebo or should we call it Okwani? That is the issue because I never knew there was any language called Indosumi language. It's Ebo, originally it's Ebo language and Okwani language, which it metamorphosed into. So the issue is not Ndosumi language or Ndoni language, it's Okwani itself, which and Ebo. So now we have Okwani gazetted and registered as a language and as ethnic nationality in Nigeria. Ndokwa is not.
That is quite correct.
Are we going to go back to the federal government?
Can I ask a quick question so we can wrap up? Was Okwani a language? Was Okwani a language before it was gazetted?
Yeah, okay, it was Okwani language. That is what the government recognizes us as. And then, should we go back into history?
It was.
Okay, let's take other comments.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
You didn't let me finish. So it's a kind of shooting ourselves in the foot.
Let the man finish now.
Gentlemen.
Let me just quickly
Chairman Governor. Let him just wrap up. Then we'll move
on. As an indigenous of an ancestral Abo person, and now to a larger extent, an Obiaraku up to Umutu person, which a language that compasses all and which have been recorded and registered. Should we discard that language just to please a smaller version of ourselves, or should we just hold on to it and call ourselves Ndokwa as a geographical people and Okwani as an ethnic tribe and language?
Who do you call the smaller version of ourselves?
Oh no. Okay, look at people who speak what do you call it now? I don't know which language you're saying, Ndosumili. Or is there a Bo or a Bo now? Because if we look at it, a larger proportion of all speak Okwani. And most people from Ndoni who must speak with, even from Onuabo, They tell you they speak Onwabo, but Onwabo is not a tribe. It's not. I'm talking about a bigger structure now.
Okay, young man.
Evan, you're confusing. Evan, you're confusing.
I want the details now.
Gentlemen,
let us
let's
speak
take
to the committee. Let the committee handle it with
let's take no, we shouldn't shut people out. Let's take, as long as they're efficient. Evan took too much of our time. Gideon, please give us 1 minute.
I'll finish. Yeah.
Gideon,
okay, thank you all so much. Thank you all so much.
Yes.
I personally, this issue has been going on. I've been sometimes so irritated that I wanted to make comments, but because of my position and because I knew that there was already a committee to discuss it, I've not made any comments so far. But as far as I'm concerned, I've not seen any difference. There's nothing wrong with Ndokwa. I keep saying it because Ndokwa connotes the two people, the two different groups that inhabit that land, that territory. So we have the Ukwani people and then we have the Ndoshimli people. Okay? I don't see anything wrong with that. The Ukwani man can assert his identity, promote it, if you whichever way you want to promote it. And the Ndoshimli man can also do the same, promote it as much as well. But we should not attempt to impose one on the other. And there should be no fear, because what is going on now is that there is this fear that Ndokwa is trying to subsume Ukwani to extinction. I don't think that should be. I don't think that is logical. For me, it's not possible.
Yeah.
But well, that fear is there. The same thing. That same fear is also within the Ndoshimli people, thinking that Ukwani is going to dominate them and perhaps marginalize them. I don't see that fear too. We can assert our individual ethnicity if we want to. That of the language, that has been going on for a very long time. Even here in the UK, when we started Ukwani language program, some people from the Ndoshimli area were a bit agitated. They were in the opposition, they didn't want it. But we gave them the opportunity. We said, okay, what language do you speak? Some said Abo, some said Osisa, some said Ushi, and so on. As different, no, not Ushi. Ushi says Sukwani. Well, they gave different things. And when I said, now if majority of the people speak Ukwani, why can't we adopt Ukwani just like the Yorubas did? There's a central Yoruba. Everybody has a own dialect. As a matter of fact, even the Ukwani will speak Akashadan, which comprises Tobiaroko, Ejokpo, Umwebu, and Dejon. We speak differently. Our Ukwani is different from the others. It's different from Utagba Ukwani. It's a different dialect, but it's the same Ukwani. So if we want to be, if we want to be united, if we want to unite us, I don't personally see why we cannot be two groups in one. That's Ndokwa. And then, but we speak Ukwani. But if the Ndoshimli people don't accept that they speak Ukwani, then they should come up with a version of the language they speak. And then we'll go along with that. But like I said, let us table this before the respective committees or the thematic committee, and then let get taken from there. Sure.
Can I come in now, please?
Udo, Osai, you wrap it up. Let's just take a minute from these two gentlemen, just two persons, then you can wrap up. What about that? What about that,
okay.
Osai? Yes.
Okay.
Governor, yes.
One minute, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Mine is very simple. Since a committee have been set up, I think they will do their job and resolve all these questions that are coming, provided that the various groups are well represented. Because your own version is based on your background. For instance, if we're Muslim now, we'll be talking Islam. If we're Christian, we'll talk Christian. So the same way, when you are not one man, you are going to feel the way you are feeling, just like the Ndoshimli man will feel the way he's feeling. Okay. But I think if you look at it, this issue will continue to give Ndokwa East an issue, because even within Ndokwa East, we have the Isoko-speaking Ndokwa Easterners who are members of Ndokwa East. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention this so that when they are looking at it, they should also consider other people. Like the Edo, they call Edo. When you even get into the Edo itself, you will see that some people will say they are Ishan, some people say they are Esakos, and so on and so forth. They didn't delete those, but they came out with a consensus name that to the outsiders, that is what they see. But when they get home, they know that I am an Isoko speaking in Ndokwa East. This person is an Abo speaking person. Because that endorsement has already defined a particular group of people who you cannot now change to be Okwane, because we all know what Okwane means. So an attempt to make an Indo-Smili man adapt to be an upland person is what is causing this confusion. And I think the committee will be competent to take a critical look at it, because if we dwell on history, we will all be falling apart. But we can agree to come together as, okay, now that we have these issues, if we want to be identified as a common person, because even as we speak, anywhere you go to, they will see you as an Ndokwa man. Because Ndokwa have become so popular because of the political recognition that has been given to it. So I think the committees should be allowed to do their job. They will also have public hearing, but they should remember that whatever history we are quoting is based on what our forefathers told us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Last one, Felix Ojineku. Have you spoken? I think you have. Thanks.
He spoke before.
Yes. Osai, please go ahead. You can wrap up now.
Okay. Gentlemen, and I hope we have 1 or 2 ladies left behind. The day is far gone, and I want to generally thank all of us for making time out to attend. The information I want to give us again is that several persons that have addressed us today, coincidentally, the network refused to cooperate across the world, not necessarily in Nigeria, or down back home. No, it was across. Would have had up to 120,000 people in attendance, but for reason of technology, we couldn't make that number. And most of the things we wanted to tackle couldn't come through because the discussants actually got cut off. So where the meeting was on, I was battling, reaching out to them, reaching out to me, and they were trying to consult things out. So what we decided is that most of the discussants will now write their address and submit to us, and we put it as part of our communique that will come out. So I want to generally thank all of us very, very sincerely for taking our time to do what we're doing now. The vexed issue on ground, before now we've agreed generally that just like what Kuso said, that's why we put it for last, so that we don't really rock the boat. We are one, and that's what we're going to be. And severally we've been talking about it at very, very different fora. It has been generally agreed. That is what Okuso just told us now. We might even have a mini summit on this matter, where all the nooks and crannies of our geographical space today, referred to as Ndokwa, will come together. Elders, or whatever, they will all come together. We raise funds, fund they are coming together, and they deliberate. They even did that to hotel and stay 3-4 days. See, they come out of the room, they must come out with something that will be win-win for everybody. So that's the position of things. So please let tempers temper down. We've done so well today. We managed to talk address some issues, but not the way we would have wanted. At least we have one big one we omitted today. That's the issue on the Abo port and on Fagbe jetty and so on. That was going to be handled by Dennis Osanwuta. He's a man that worked in Lokoja in our waterways, which is changing name now. he retired as a director. You have addressed it in that issue. So I want to just appreciate all of us, the two anchors, and every other person that had spoken today, and especially the addressees in the matter. I want to thank them very, very much for honoring our invite. Give or take, we'll come again, but this time we'll narrow down the topics, so we will have time to address them 2 hours and we're gone. we bow out, so we can be able to have a rest. So I might just want to just round up so we can say our good nights. Thank you very much, everybody.
Is there much else to add? But to say, just add to your thank you. Thank everybody who's stayed with us, who's been here from the beginning, people who have participated. Everybody is given their all. It's way past 12 midnight, so I think it's more thank you. And to say that this session's been recorded, and so every point that was made will be captured. We have a full team of rapporteurs who extract everything and pull out the recommendations, the conclusions and recommendations that will be used working with all the stakeholders of Ndokwa land. Thank you very much. I also want to especially thank Eunice. Well done.
Thank you. I needed to go get something to eat.
Not only today, but all the work that's you put into this whole process.
I appreciate you guys too. It's all for Ndokwa land.
Osai, yes, Osai, you are a lion, eh? Thank you very much.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Madam, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
CJ, bye. You didn't say anything.
Okay. Thanks a million, eh?
Thanks for Chief Osai. You focus on go.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Senior bros, thank you. Well done.
We'll continue to do this. We'll get there.
Sam, thank you.
We'll get some.
Yeah.
Okusago.
Yes. Welcome, Ajo.
And I forget it. Okay. Yes.
You're better.
Better now.
Okay.
Can I know more now?
Okay, same here. Yeah.
Engineer Ike, talk later, eh? Have a good week.
Yes, you too. Thanks a million.
Bye. My regards to your family.
Yeah, same here.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Yes. Okay.
Tomorrow, right? Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So good night.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.